we can be taken advantage of too. We could be among the compatible left without knowing it. You could be a tool of the owning and ruling classes. You could be a tool of capitalism. You could be a tool of imperialism and of global fascism abroad and domestically without realizing it. You could say you're an anti-capitalist, but you could end up being a tool of capitalism if you don't have a proper understanding.
The Holodomor was not real.
Again, like, the West wants you to believe that what Russia is doing right now in Ukraine is imperialism, but what the United States has been doing since at least 2014 or 2013 isn't imperialism. It's like, if you hate imperialism, where's that energy for calling out the West's imperialism? At that point, you got to be like, all right, yeah, they got me good. I don't know how they did it, but the West did it to me again. They did a weapons of mass destruction to me again. They got me good. You know, you just got to admit it. But of course, liberals never take the L. That's why I don't make content for them. That's why I literally make revolutionary content. Content that challenges the interests of the ruling classes, the owning and ruling classes. Content that challenges capitalism in all its forms. Imperialists, fascists, reactionaries. Comrade Perenni says, there is no capitalism without capitalists. There's no imperialism without imperialists. I'm making content that also challenges what I consider to be the compatible left. I do not make content for the compatible left. I make content that challenges it. You may be wondering, Dan, well, what's a compatible leftist? That's a good question. A compatible leftist is a liberal who claims to hate capitalism often, but usually hates communism more. They often say they hate capitalism and capitalists, but they often hate communists more than they hate capitalists. They hate fascists, but they usually hate communists more. They hate war, but they actually hate agreeing with principled anti-war communists more than they hate war itself. The compatible left are the anti-communist left. Many compatible leftists are just social democrats or reformists who claim to be anti-capitalists, yet often hate actually existing socialist countries more because of these vague notions of things like, I don't know, gulags as these unimaginable, like, death camps purely at the service of Stalin, the evil dictator, right? Even though, I don't know, maybe you know this, but the CIA's admitted in now unclassified documents that they knew Stalin wasn't a dictator. They knew this. They know this. And for my history nerds, what I'm talking about right now, the compatible left, they've got SPD energy. Question becomes, why do I make content that challenges the compatible left? Why would I do this? Why do I do this on my channel? Well, the TLDR here is that I'm a recovering compatible leftist. I regret being one. I see how the compatible left and their rhetoric are dangerous because they serve fascist and capitalist interests, even though they say they don't. So to not see this was to be a baby brain. And I was a baby brain. Okay? So I'm now making content. And back when I started making content, I was still, I think, of this baby brain variety. I thought I was a leftist, but I had to really do some soul searching. What is leftism? Right? So I'm making content now that would have blown my mind about 2-3 years ago when I started. It's because I was a compatible leftist. I could probably go back to some of my VODs and see some really bad takes. I was sort of like scared of people with like the hammers and sickles in their bios, right? I probably would have been one of those people that would have believed everything I read about the Soviet Union. You know, I just didn't know any better. Which again wasn't much. I didn't read much about the Soviet Union because I just didn't read much because I was a dumbass. So that's what actually makes it easy for propagandists to sort of like fill a vacuum of knowledge with empire's narratives. I tricked myself into voting for blatant interventionists, thinking things like, this is the most important election of my life. Things like, Republicans are bad, so therefore Democrats must be better? Thinking things like, I can't vote for ABC candidate, I have to vote for the Dem, you know? Thinking things like, well, Republicans hold back progress, so I gotta vote for the Dem, things like that. And while, you know, that's true, you know, people like Republicans do hold back progress, it doesn't acknowledge that Democrats support U.S. interventions, right? Democrats very much love an intervention. And it's not like U.S. bombs or those of U.S. allies avoid LGBTQIA people. It's not like we've got woke bombs over here. The fuck out of here with your woke bombs. As I reflect on the time that I was a compatible leftist, much of my analysis and like my conclusions about the world, they were just based on a lack of awareness and or like misunderstanding of the facts. I'm going to count on this hand instead. So for instance, I couldn't even point out Ukraine on a map. I didn't understand the countless coups that the West has done. I wasn't yet convinced that NATO is bad. My compatible leftist conclusions were based on a lack of class consciousness and analysis. I was a proletarian without that awareness because I didn't understand properly the class dynamics. It was based on a lack of theory, aka no dialectical understanding. I was never around people who read Marx and engaged with Marxist ideas. And I was too scared, I guess, to engage with it myself. I don't know. Right? I don't know why I never read Marx. And it's also based on a lack of time to like sit and figure all the stuff out like I have been able to the past 2 years streaming. I was too busy living the neoliberal nightmare without even being able to name it as such. You know, in the past 2-3 years, I've had to relearn so many things about the world. I didn't even understand properly what capitalism, what socialism or communism were, or what fascism, what neoliberalism, liberalism, neoconservatism. I didn't know what these things were at the beginning of this journey. Maybe you've been with me this whole way and you've seen me evolve. It's been a fascinating journey, right? All of these things I couldn't even define. I couldn't even define capitalism, but I called myself an anti-capitalist. So, if I'm going to call myself an anti-capitalist, shouldn't I be able to identify what capitalism is? Be able to identify its manifestations? And be able to identify perhaps an alternative system that would better serve the people? If I'm going to call myself a leftist? I don't have to have all the answers in the world, but I should have some of these answers. So folks, when I was a compatible leftist, my conclusions about the world, it was based on vibes, homies. I was going by vibes. I was an unwitting shill of neoliberalism. And I claimed to hate capitalism, but I couldn't identify neoliberalism if it were hitting me in the face. I was a compatible leftist. So I'm like thinking now in terms of like myself and the content that I make here and to other progressive or like leftist content creators. If our content doesn't challenge the compatible left, which is a pervasive and dangerous right-wing adjacent ideology, should we consider ourselves leftists? If our lack of analysis makes it so that the right wing can make use of us, then what kind of a leftist are we? Similarly, another way we can be of use to the right wing is if our instinct is to defend the compatible left from critiques and attacks from the revolutionary left, This is another reason why, in actually existing socialist spaces, we cannot nurture the compatible left, or those whose knee-jerk reaction is to defend it from attacks from the revolutionary left. So, I'm realizing now that I'm going to have to, like, continue to force this contradiction. I'm going to have to continue to go after the compatible left. And I think it's going to piss off a lot of people. Precisely because a lot of people have this kind of compatible left ideology. They think they're morally right as well. And I know what that's like. I used to feel that way, right? So because of this, as I engage with these folks, the compatible left, I have to, like, remind myself that I was recently a compatible leftist. And that folks deserve as much patience as I did when I was one. Which is to say, I don't really know how much. May not be that much, to be honest. Maybe not that much patience. I was on the compatible left precisely because I was unwilling to work towards having a material understanding of the world. Why should I have patience with people who aren't willing to do the work? I was going off of vibes. I needed someone to check me, and I never did. I never did until I seriously listened to people with a material and dialectical understanding of the world. There's no way to convince liberals that they've been tricked into supporting another war on behalf of empire, because liberals and the compatible left, they have an unfalsifiable set of opinions, and an ideology keeps them from a material understanding of just about anything geopolitically. So I'm like sort of like wondering if what's going to happen here as I continue to, you know, force that contradiction to the surface. You know, I'm going to continue to get counterattacks from these people. I know not to take it personally, because other people making similar critiques also get attacked. A lot of people with a compatible left understanding, and a lot of people having that kind of understanding, is also one of the main reasons we got to go after it. You can't just identify, you know, a problem in the room and then just ignore it. It's a problem because there are so many of them who hold this way of thinking. So, if we're supposed to be serious political people, we should be able to identify that the compatible left support the interests of the owning and ruling classes and capitalism via their explicit or their tacit support of imperialism and the military-industrial complex. They support the enemy, yet are convinced they stand against it. This contradiction must be brought to the surface in order to be resolved. And that's why I go after certain kinds of content creators. That's why I make the kind of content that I make. That's why I don't coddle what I consider to be compatible leftist takes. Or takes that resemble a narrative from an empire apologist, you know, or one that can't be, you know, one that we couldn't discern from it. If someone's making empire apologia in my chat, I'm going to call it out. If we can't tell the difference between your talking point and empire apologia, that's a red flag. All right. This is the Idan Simpson Show with Idan Simpson. We make revolutionary content, and I hope you enjoy it. All right, that was my monologue. How'd I do? You don't know these Neo thingies. That's fine. Anything that I've come to learn, you can learn too. And I think it's really important for us to know that if we don't have a proper understanding of things, we can be taken advantage of too. We could be among the compatible left without knowing it. You could be a tool of the owning and ruling classes. You could be a tool of capitalism. You could be a tool of imperialism and of global fascism, abroad and domestically, without realizing it. You could say you're an anti-capitalist, but you can end up being a tool of capitalism if you don't have a proper understanding.
You've got mail. Welcome.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Together, might as well say, would you be mine, mine? Would you be mine, mine? Would you be mine, mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Welcome.
Is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Yeah. Woo! Great. Yeah. This is the I, Dan Simpson Show. With I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson, from the I, Dan Simpson Show, with I, Dan Simpson. Today on the show, you may be wondering to yourself, self, what are we going to be doing today on the I, Dan Simpson Show, with I, Dan Simpson? And I, Dan Simpson, will tell you. Today on the show, we're going to be doing the same thing that we do every day. Try to take over the world. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Welcome in. Hello, live viewers. Hello, replay viewers. What's up, chatterinos? What's up, chatters? What's up, lurkers? Hello, replay viewers. Of course, CIA Steve, FBI Fred, NSA Ned, DHS Dave, and Bob. And all the good folks at the military-industrial complex and its partners around the globe. I don't know what we're doing here. Really stoked to be with you. What's up, chat? We got Stuck and Phoned in the house. Ross Publica. Russian asset confirmed. Love your face. Everyone follow Ross. Jeff the Doctor. Good morning. Boof. Love your face. Thanks for the 1312 biddies. Love your face. Earth to Skelly in the house. You love to see it. You love to see it. Anonymously welcome in. Yeah. Yeah. Poisoned Anarchy. Hello. Dikey Boards. Hey, homie. Good to see you all. What's up, Custom Stash? Great to be with you all this morning. I hope you're doing okay. We got a lot to talk about, I'm sure. You know me, I sit here for fucking 8 hours sometimes just talking about shit. What a life. Reminds me of when I did this. You know, you just make chat with people. I used to drive Lyft. You just talk to people. You just shoot the shit, gift a gab, you know what I mean? Now I don't have to drive when I do it. I just sit here in front of my computer. Yo, really happy to be with you today. We have a lot to talk about. I want to talk about I don't know, I want to sort of continue to allow those thoughts that we had going yesterday to bake a little bit more. We were talking, if you caught the video before the break, before the jump there, I was just sort of talking about the compatible left. I had a rant, and I put the rant up on YouTube. If you missed the YouTube rant, here's my YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm like 3/4 of the way to be able to apply for their partner program over there, which means I might be able to get some money for some of my videos. I'm 3/4 of the way there in terms of subscribers, and I'm like 2/3 of the way there in terms of hours viewed. So you can help by just, you know, getting a playlist and just hitting a play and going to bed or something. I don't know, homies. I appreciate your help. I'm trying to make the line go up, you know what I mean? Of course, trying to make a line go up over here, too. Would be sick if I finished out the month strong. 420. Can I get 420? Ugh. You saw the Young Turks Neo-Lib convention. We'll talk about that. That's on my list for today. It's just like, what? Why? No one asked for this. You were mulling the compatible left today as well. Great analysis. Thank you. That was one of those few times I just actually sat down and like typed out some thoughts and like organized them, you know? Where do you need more views? YouTube. Yeah, the link's right there. Yeah. I could totally put you on at night when I sleep. I really appreciate that. I know it's like a weird ask, but it's free, you know? It doesn't cost you a cent. So that would be totally sick. Yeah. Let's just peek over there real quick at my YouTube stats, huh? All right. So in terms of monetization, like I was saying, 3/4 to subscribers, 2/3 of the way there to public hours watched. All right, pretty good. And it's pretty slow. I know people get tons and tons and tons more views than I do, but in a month, I guess 28 days. In 28 days, I'm getting about 420, almost 420. We definitely got to get that up. Almost 420 hours watched. That's really cool, right? I just throw the content up there, and then people are watching 420 hours of my content. And I know that other people get way more views than I do. I get 3,000 views. For like a lot of YouTubers, that's like that would be a low view count just for one of their videos. But I'm like a baby content creator compared to these people in many different ways. But anyways, I'm putting a little bit more time and energy into my YouTube stuff. Feel free to jump over there. It's great to see the hours watched go up. Yeah, you subbed. Thank you. The Rev Lo-Fi is great. Yeah. Not mediocre. Exactly. Not mediocre. Really? All right, we're having a fun time already? Okay. Yeah, so I got a lot of stuff on my radar. As always, get your links in the Discord, folks. Okay, wow.
Wow.
All right, we're in business. Mediocre. What? The sound is gone. Oh, I think we did this yesterday. I think I lost the sound effect. Shit. I'm hitting the button and nothing's happening. All right, I gotta fix the mediocre button because this is broke. This is mediocre. Might have to go sample the sound again. Oh well, I'll fix that tomorrow. It'll be done by tomorrow. I'm gonna fix it. There's some other things I gotta fix too, right? What else do I gotta fix? Piss Perenni. My Perenni button's broken. Chili is rich! Right, watch. Like, it doesn't work.
Chili is rich.
Yeah, it doesn't change to... It doesn't change, but the sound effect works. So that... What the fuck's going on? Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can give you all any updates about Istanbul, Turkey. We're gonna try to see if we can learn about more about Syria, maybe Iran. If we can give you an update about Ukraine, that'd be good. I want to talk about this Herschel Walker take. Red Cup Rebellion right now is going on. We got the New York Times is this weird speaker list I got to talk about. And then, well, what the fuck? Let's just start with day 13 of the weed feed. You're in the weed feed. Hold on, I'll just start right here. I got a button for this too. You're in the weed feed. All right, here we go. Weed feed day 13. These are my babies. These are my babies. I don't have names or anything, so a little close up. I know you like to see them when they get a little bit, when the ladies get wet, you know what I mean? Look at this master of photography over here. Perfect focus on the dirt there, Dan. Great. Let's see the dirt. That one looks, I think it's this one that's pretty leggy. I just don't have a good angle on it. And so there's 4 of them. What do you got? What's that link, Present Radio? That's a sussy Google Drive link. Like, what is that going to do? Just finished packaging like 300 pounds? Holy, what? Hold on, what? All right, I'll check out your grow. Oh. Yo, if my plants look anything like that, I'd be so fucking happy. You added a new picture in the weed feed of your flowering. All right. Yeah, homie. Dude. If my shit looks anything like that, I'd be like, all right, let's go. Are these 2 different kinds? Looks pretty good, huh? That picture's 2 weeks left. What do you mean? You chop in 2 weeks? One on the left is nutrient deficient. Okay, so it's like yellower. Oh, I could see some of it on the leaves. What does that mean? The next feeding, you try to fix it with newts? Alien rock candy on the left, pine tar kush on the right. Let's go. I'm like really, I think I'm getting into growing weed. I think I'm really getting into this. I just love checking in on it every day, you know, a couple times a day. I'm finally getting drip trays today. Finally getting drip trays. Are these like really big? Are these really big pots or what? It's like 20 looks like 20 gallons. Like how big is that pot, homie? Go check out Ross's. 20? Holy shit, that's big. 15 gallon. Those are big. I was about to say, man. Oh my gosh, Ross. Ross. Homie, Ross. Rass. 15 gallon organic grow needs a bit more. What are mine? You can smell it from here. What do we think about this? What does this tell us? What are those little white spots? Is that anything we need to worry about, or are those trikes? Years of flowering, right, Ross? How far from chop? I have 5 gallon bags. Okay, so I should not expect it to look like that. You get timed up, but that's okay, homie. No worries. Nice. In 2 to 3 weeks, Ross? Homie. Oh my God, I'm so stoked. Then you dry for about 2 weeks, and then you're going to cure, or you're going to start smoking it, Russ? I think I will not be able to wait. I'll you know, I'll probably smoke at least some of it. You're in the weed feed. Looking good. Everyone's looking good. I'm proud of you all. I'm proud of you. Everyone's growing weed. Everyone, if you're not growing weed, you should be cool like us and grow some weed. We got a couple plants lagging behind. I'll dry and cure. I got a pound of smoke before I need to smoke my grow. Okay, right. Are those the plants, the photos that, like, what is it, you forgot to flip them or something? Okay. All right, that was the weed feed. All right, how about headlines first? We get into some headlines? Still at the COP Summit. Do they fix their audio? We'll see. I doubt it. Democracy Now!
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
Hey guys.
the War and Peace Report. I'm
Decadent.
Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, from the UN Climate Summit.
I'll turn it up.
The Republican Party has won control of the House of Representatives despite a stronger than expected
Wait. That happened?
showing by Democrats in the midterm elections. After more
You serious?
than a week of vote counting and with 6 races still too close to call, Republicans Wednesday captured their 218th House seat, just enough for a narrow majority. A spokesperson for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said the
27.
Democratic House Speaker will address her future plans later today. Meanwhile,
funny.
Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has beaten back a challenge from Florida Senator Rick Scott and was reelected Senate Minority Leader on Wednesday.
That fucking guy, dude.
The Senate has advanced a bill to codify marriage equality into federal.
Come on. What the fuck? The Dems are gonna lose the House. Hey, Tech Guy, love your face. Welcome in. Morning. McConnell literally voted against a law that would protect his own interracial marriage? No way. Dems have lost the House. Dems have lost the House. This is true. Bro, just ask for a divorce. That's a real that's a real roundabout way of getting out of a relationship. I've never seen that move in my life. That is fascinating. How the fuck? Yeah. They might hold on to the Senate if Warnock and beat Walker. Oh, man. So they still have to do a runoff, right? That's a 5-head breakup. That's a 5D chess move. She did not see this one coming. The fuck is it these bastards want to... Why? Why do they want to? Because they're fascists. Walker loses a race with national attention. What? I'm not. Yeah, a runoff with no early voting, I believe. Interesting dynamics. Interesting, huh? I'm conflict averse, so I get it. It's how I got married the second time against my will. Oh no, Ross. Ross. I'm dead. Only a runoff because he didn't get much national TV time to expose his idiocy. God, he is dumb as fuck. All right, and that brings me to the really bad Michael Tracy take. All right, now that we're here, Excuse me, weed. Here's this insane take from Michael Tracy. He's on the CTE. That guy is fucked the fuck up, dude. I don't even want to say this out loud, so I'm going to have my reader read it. Hey, reader? Yeah, I need you to read. Can you read this for me? Thank you.
Herschel Walker doesn't come across as the ideal U.S. senator, but the main reason he's called stupid seems to be because he speaks in a heavy regional dialect, with lots of colloquialisms. This alone does not make him stupid. He sounds like countless blacks in the Deep South.
It's just stunning. Ken Clip is always there. Dude. This take is off the charts. Here's Mark Lamont Hill.
I am the child of Southerners. My family and many neighbors spoke with his accent and dialect. None of them were stupid, nor were they considered so. Herschel Walker's intelligence is questioned because he isn't very smart. Is there a Southern bias? Yes, but this ain't it.
This ain't it, dude. Dude, Michael Tracy. He does this thing where he's just... Sometimes it's the worst fucking takes in the world. Which is a shame because sometimes he's got decent takes. What a dumb fuck, dude. I'm starting to like wonder if he does this on purpose. This is so stupid, dude. It's like how he stays relevant is just by being dumb. What? Dude. I don't really have much to say about this, to be honest. Not stupid, Dan. It's a Twitter dialect thing. Twitter dialect. Oh, God. What are the quote tweets? The worst take. Stupid because he's just stupid. Nothing to do with his accent. Oh, God. Yeah. What is this take? The main reason he's called stupid is because he speaks with a heavy regional dialect? No, it's not. This is just simply not true. What is this guy's fucking problem, man? This is so dumb. I can't get over it. All right, back to the headlines. My God, dude. Is he telling on himself? I think so, yeah. He's telling us why he thinks Herschel Walker sounds stupid. Not because of the things that he says. What a fucking idiot, dude. He's totally telling on himself. Oh, God, man.
Federal law. On Wednesday, 12
Vampires?
Republican senators joined all 50 members
Herschel Walker went off about vampires? Or Michael Tracy?
to the Democratic caucus to end debate on the Respect for Marriage Act, setting up final votes in the House and Senate.
What is that dress?
Before the start of the new Congress in January. On Wednesday, Wisconsin Democrat Tammy Baldwin, the first openly gay person elected to the Senate, spoke in favor of the legislation, warning Justice Clarence Thomas is pushing the Supreme Court's conservative majority to revisit landmark rulings on the constitutional right of all people to marry.
In his opinion,
Right.
Justice Thomas explicitly said that the rationale used to overturn Roe v. Wade should be used to overturn cases establishing rights to contraception, same-sex consensual relations, and same-sex marriage.
They're going after it all. They're going to take as much as they can while they can. These people are sickos, y'all. This is going to get much worse before it gets better. But, you know, keep voting for Democrats, right? Keep voting for them.
He was essentially providing an open invitation to litigators across the country to bring their cases to the court, inevitably instilling fear among millions of Americans.
What was that?
The Supreme Court should not be in a position to undermine the stability of families with a stroke of the pen.
In Iran.
Well, too late for that. From The Guardian, Herschel Walker says in rambling speech he wants to be werewolf, not vampire. Shut up. God, he's perfect. I hope they elect him. I don't want him to go away. It's so funny. No, I really don't hope they elect him. But let's be honest. Is Warnock that much better? Werewolf cop. I'm telling you, they frame this whole thing as if like Warnock is like from heaven and this guy is from hell. Dudes, is Warnock gonna be an anti-imperialist? Is he gonna stand against the neoconservative forces that are driving U.S. foreign policy? If not, then he's only a leftist, whatever the fuck that means, when it comes to inside this country. Well, that leaves out the entire rest of the world, and that leaves out the fact that the U.S. Hegemon wields so much power around the world. But while one senator can't change everything, you would love to have at least one senator be staunchly anti-imperialist, but we don't even have that. No one's claiming Warnock's a leftist. Isn't he like squad adjacent? Hold on, hold my hand through that. Like he's like, you know, he's like U.S. left. You know, he counts. He's a Democrat. But is he also sort of not? Is he sort of not like squad adjacent? Am I making that up? Is that a radical Maoist? He's a progressive lib, so not squad, but even squad is imperialist. Even squad, why we call them bomb squad. They support imperialism too. He's only called radical because he's black and a Dem. Okay, so he's... All right, I think I'm understanding better. He's not in the squad, is what we're saying. Okay. But he's sort of progressive, so mayhaps, perchance, he's squad adjacent at best. But even so, squad is not good enough. We need anti-imperialists. This platform's very status quo. See, and that's what I'm getting at. We don't need reactionaries. I don't believe reactionaries deserve our vote. I think if you're going to shill for neoliberalism, you haven't earned my vote. Now, just because the other guy is really fucking bad, that doesn't mean you've earned my vote. Now, you can disagree with me, and that's fine. I'm just saying from where I'm standing. You know, if this ends up being Warnock going to the Senate, no one's expecting him to be no one's expecting that, you know, we as anti-imperialists are going to be able to hold him accountable on that. That's sort of the point too. Okay. What did he say? I don't want to be a vampire anymore. He says anymore. He says I don't want to be a vampire anymore. I want to be a werewolf. Is there a video of this? I love him. I hate him. It's like this love-hate thing with Trump. Same thing. Oh, there he is. Gotta run it off. Gotta run off. Okay. Choosing to rehash the plot of a film he said he recently watched late at night, whose title he remembered as Fright Night, Freak Night, or some type of night. He said in rambling remarks, I don't know if you know, but vampires are some cool people. Are they not? But let me tell you something that I found out. A werewolf can kill a vampire. Did you know that? I never knew that. Get out of here. So, I don't want to be a vampire anymore. I want to be a werewolf. Oh. This is the funniest thing.
I want to tell you to keep the faith. Oh, you ever watch a stupid movie late at night hoping it's going to get better, don't get better, but you keep watching it anyway? Because the other night I was watching this movie. I was watching this movie called Fright Night, Freak Night, or some type of night, but it was about vampires. I don't know if you know vampires are some cool people, are they not? But I'm going to tell you something that I found out. A werewolf can kill a vampire. Did you know that? I never knew that, so I didn't want to be a vampire anymore. I wanted to be a werewolf. But then anyway, as I'm watching this movie, and then you can tell how stupid it is because it's 1 a.m. So I'm watching my TV, these kids watching their TV, a vampire kill on their TV. So you know it's kind of stupid, but I'm still watching though. As I'm watching this show, what was funny, these kids had a vampire in their attic at their house. So they was watching their TV. Now I'm watching my TV, as they watching their TV, or they see the vampire killer on their TV. So they win this contest to bring this actor. Now, y'all got to stay with me. Bring this actor who's a vampire killer from that TV to get rid of this real-life vampire in their attic. So as this actor comes to their home, he got all the right stuff. He got all the right stuff because, you know, got to have a stake and got to have a thing to kill him in the heart. And he got a necklace of garlic because that worked. I don't know what it does, but it worked. You got to have a cross because it burns. I know that worked. And then all of a sudden, this is what was so funny about it. As they're walking through the house, this guy's got the holy water. He's blessing the house, this actor. Now, he's all fake. He's blessing the house with this holy water. They walked upstairs, and this vampire looking real good in this black suit. Whoa, that sounds like Senator Warnock, doesn't it? Looking all good in this black suit, floated from the ceiling. He floated from the ceiling looking good and cool. And I'm thinking, whoa, they better get out of that house. If somebody float from your ceiling, get out of that house. That's not your house. But as he floated from the ceiling, the kids jumped behind their hero. As they jumped behind their hero, the guy jumped in front of him with this holy water, threw it on the vampire's forehead. He covered his eye. Then he took his hand away. He started laughing. And he said, that don't work. He took the cross, he put it on the vampire's forehead. And the vampire didn't even do anything. He said, that don't work. And that's the way it is in our life. It doesn't work unless you got faith. It is time for us to have faith. We got to have faith in our fellow brother. We got to have faith in this country. We got to have faith in the elected officials. And right now, that's the reason I'm here. Because God is...
It's just it's incredible. What the fuck? Oh my God. I've never seen anything like that. You ever seen the clip of Herschel in WCW with Goldberg? Jade, I don't know any of this. What, you like wrestling? No. I'd watch it. Yeah. Get out of here. I would watch it. Monday, WCW Monday Nitro back in the day. All right. You know your shit. You got it? You're quick on the draw.
How about that? Walker, Texas Rangers, right here deep in the heart of Texas. He's with us as well. Many other great stars ahead. And we're coming back for Monday Nitro.
Is that Herschel Walker?
Now, look at this. Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Was this planned?
Chuck Norris and Norris. Brett Hall.
What's going
the
on?
Dallas Stars NHL team in to celebrate. Only on WCW Monday Nitro can something like this take place. All in to congratulate Goldberg. The Stars are out tonight. Nitro is the place to be in Dallas. And every Monday from coast to coast, Nitro is the place to be.
What is the deal?
Bobby Van Dam.
What? I don't get it. Why are they also on the stage? Are they gonna fight?
And we're not done yet. There's Chuck Norris, Brett Hall, Jean-Claude Van Damme, of course, Herschel
Just
Walker.
rushed the stage to congratulate him for winning. And it looked like he wanted to like continue wrestling or something. Just before or after. That was so weird. What in the fuck? What the fuck was that? Okay, back to the headlines. Hi, Yoshimi.
On. Women and youth-led protests continue 2 months after the death of 22-year-old Masa Amini while in police custody.
Yo, is it like Amy Goodman's job to just like talk about Masa Amini every fucking day? She knows exactly what she's doing. She's so shameless. Welcome to Imperialism Now. This is this thing that like Amy Goodman does, where she's just happy to be the progressive stenographer for Empire. He gets up literally every day and chooses to manufacture consent for Empire. She knows what she's doing.
Crackdowns on the mobilizations are also intensifying. On Tuesday, police opened fire on protesters inside a metro station in Tehran. In other parts of Iran, as many as 15 people were killed Wednesday night.
Every time she covers something like this, there's always another angle to what she says that reveals that she's like pretty much doing misinformation.
Some of the deaths were attributed to gunmen on motorcycles. Iran's blamed terrorists, though some local witnesses have said security forces are responsible. Demonstrators this week are commemorating 2019's Bloody November, when hundreds were killed during popular protests spurred by rising fuel prices. In major cities across Iran, crowds called for an end to clerical rule and the removal of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Meanwhile, Iran has sentenced at least 5 people to death in connection with the protests. Amnesty International.
She's just going to paint them as protests without saying that, like, I think, what, dozens of cops have been killed?
Condemned the quote.
What do you think would happen here if people kill cops? Well, she's manufacturing consent for a regime change in Iran because they're sentencing people to death for killing cops. Well, does that... When is she going to call... Where's that same energy for Empire? That's what I'm getting at. These people are very inconsistent. She should bring... Where's that same energy for Empire?
Chilling use of the death penalty to further brutally quell the popular uprising, unquote. A human rights group says security forces have killed at least 340...
Which human rights groups?
8 people over the past 2 months of protests, nearly...
$20 says whatever human rights groups that she's referencing is an NED front. That's just how she works. She doesn't care about sharing NED funded research.
16,000 have been arrested.
Research.
Russian.
That's the number. She is pulling it from the NED funded group. We looked into this yesterday. Holy shit, dude. That's the thing that we were looking into yesterday.
Missiles rained down on several parts of Ukraine overnight, including the capital, Kyiv. At least 4 civilians were reportedly killed in Zaporizhia, and many more were injured in Russian strikes on Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Odessa. Ukrainian officials say Russia is continuing to target civilian infrastructure, disrupting supplies of water, electricity, and heat for millions of people as temperatures fall below freezing. The latest Russian attacks came as Ukrainian...
Showing that video, that B-roll, was that like struck by a missile or what?
Turkish and United Nations officials agreed to a 120-day extension of a deal to protect ships carrying grain exports out of Ukraine's Black Sea ports. The Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said Russian President Vladimir Putin has also approved the extension.
Pay me to do that, Russ.
Meanwhile, top Polish officials have blamed Russia for the deaths of 2 people near Poland's border with Ukraine after an air defense missile apparently fired by Ukraine fell onto their village Tuesday evening. Poland's ambassador...
All right, so remember, whenever a country attacks another NATO country, that means NATO has to invade that country, right? Now, Zelensky knows this, and that's why, when this initially happened, he was calling for NATO to, you know, fight Russia. But now that all of a sudden they found out it's actually a Ukrainian missile, that energy's gone all of a sudden. In fact, they're gonna blame it on Russia again. This is how fucking sick these people are. Zelensky showed his entire hand. He let that fucking mask slip the other day when he was baying for World War III because of this missile. When there were so many different explanations from it being a Russian missile that were way more likely at the time, but he didn't care. He was already calling for NATO troops, NATO boots on the ground. Like, what could go wrong? Zelensky's still saying it's a Russian missile? These fuckers can't take the L.
Ambassador to the UN addressed the Security Council Wednesday.
Those innocent people would not have been killed if there had been no Russian war.
Okay, well, there wouldn't be a Russian war if there wasn't any NATO aggression. We can do this all fucking day, homie. You see what they do? They're just going to do these mental backflips now. Homie, it was a Ukrainian missile. Go fuck yourself.
Against Ukraine. The only fault was, their only fault was the fact that they lived close to the civilian infrastructure on the Ukrainian side of the border that Russia keeps attacking as a military.
Empire's apologists. Go fuck yourself, you liberal cunt. Hate these fucking people, dude.
Here in Egypt, Ian Fry, the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change, has met with Sanaa Seif, the sister of the imprisoned Egyptian writer and activist Alaa Abdel Fattah. After the meeting, Fry said Seif had expressed concern about possible reprisals after the COP was over. Meanwhile, Alaa's family is outside the Wadi al-Natrun prison today for their scheduled monthly visit. At the time of this broadcast, they were still waiting outside to be let in. It'll be the first time they see Alaa since October. He was on hunger strike for over 7 months. We'll keep you updated. Back in the United States, a federal judge has given the Biden administration a 5-week transition period to end the Trump.
She's going to do this thing every day. Cover that guy's story every fucking day just to convince herself that she cares about, you know, the fucking climate. But on the other hand, she's more than happy to build, to manufacture consent for the owning and ruling class's interests at home and abroad, including the military-industrial complex. Homie, what do you think's destroying the environment? It's the people you manufacture consent for, you idiot. These people count as progressives. People like this count as leftists. Fuck this. Worthless leftists. Compatible leftists. You're more than happy to be utilized by Empire in their goal to, like, shove neoliberalism up all of our fucking asses.
Trump-era Title 42 pandemic policy, which has expelled over 2 million migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border without due process since 2020. Judge Emmett Sullivan had blocked the policy Tuesday, calling it arbitrary and capricious, but agreed on Wednesday to give the Biden administration until December 21st to end the program. A Senate investigation has confirmed immigrants who were held at the Irwin County detention.
I don't get it, dude. Is it just the money? Is it just the money? Is it sort of like the thing that I identify, I think, with like the Majority Report, which is like they got to keep the show running, and there's, you know, a whole bunch of people that they got to pay. You don't want to like fire anyone, so you just start to like start manufacturing consent so you get more advertisers and shit. I don't know. What is it? Is it the $200,000 a year that she makes? Is it the perks? She gets to travel once a year? Like, what is it? Why does she do this? She's got to know. How do you like cover the world and talk about politics in the world for any meaningful amount of time and not come to the conclusion that neoliberalism is economic violence, and that we should identify that as one of the enemies in the room, and then not manufacture consent for it? I don't know. How about that? Is it because she notices that voices like ours, mine and yours, chat, not hers, voices like ours are marginalized and pushed to the margins? That's what marginalized means. You know what I mean? So that we can be more easily ignored, so that they can continue to push Empire's narratives more effectively. It would be really nice to have someone like an Amy Goodman on a firmly anti-imperialist side. It would be nice to have a content creator like Sam Cedar be firmly anti-imperialist. But these fucking people, these compatible leftists, cannot find the courage to oppose a U.S. intervention, to oppose a U.S. war during the fact. If at all they find the courage afterwards, oh yeah, maybe that was a bad idea. As if Empire has good ideas. As if there's been a good NATO intervention. As if the U.S. has good intentions abroad or at home. Get the fuck out of here. Like, if you recognize that our owning and ruling classes don't give a fuck about people in this country, what makes you think they give a shit about people in Ukraine? Or anywhere? Get the fuck out of here.
Center in Georgia endured excessive and unnecessary gynecological procedures, largely without their consent, and said Immigration and Customs Enforcement ignored the abuses for years.
And now, with that said, it is top of the hour, so I'm going to shill for myself. You know what I mean? I don't get that non-profit industrial complex money that someone like Amy Goodman gets. I don't have sponsors that I'm too scared to speak the truth about neoconservatism and imperialism and capitalism. And I'm not scared of I'm not worried about scaring those people off like Sam Cedar is. But I am going to ask you for, I don't know, $5 if you've got, if you're able to take care of yourself, if you're able to take care of your community, if you're able to set a couple bucks aside for yourself, and then if you're still able, if it's within your means, please support this channel. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, Stuck in Phone with 2Bomb. Thank you, homie. Thank you for the 2 subbies. That helps me keep this going. I love to make this content every day. I think there need to be more spaces like this where we push back against Empire's narratives. I believe that. I hope you do too. All right, let's get back to it.
Investigation was in response to dozens of disturbing reports from women detained at Irwin who were subjected to forced hysterectomies by Dr. Mahendra Amin, a local doctor known as the uterus collector, from 2017 to 2020. Amin was subpoenaed but invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. He has not been criminally charged and continues to practice medicine in rural Georgia. On Wednesday, Georgia Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff grilled Stuart Smith, the ICE official in charge.
I'll say this. That is a terrible nickname.
Of medical care, over how his agency failed to stop the abuses.
What would you say to the women who went through this?
It's disheartening. It's disheartening.
And
it's very disturbing. It's very disturbing. And we
Love your
any
face, homie.
responsibility that we have, we take very seriously. We want to fix this system so it doesn't happen again.
Awesome. Thank you, homie.
Dr. Smith, you have full responsibility. We've established that. And this is worse than disheartening.
In more immigration news, over 24 asylum seekers are.
Yeah, how about that? In Empire, every accusation is an admission. Empire, talking shit about Xinjiang, talking shit about China's alleged treatment of Uyghurs, saying they're giving forced hysterectomies. Well, turns out that's actually happening here. If they were trying to manufacture consent for, I don't know, regime change or some sort of sanctions against China, when is that going to happen here? Literally, Amy Goodman is not bringing the same energy of her hatred of the Chinese government for things that they don't do. She cannot bring that same energy to the United States. She's willing to cover it, but she's not going to bring the same energy to it. She's a compatible leftist. She's a liberal. Now, chat, maybe you're hearing me and you're like, oh my God, Dan, you don't like liberals? Maybe you're not familiar with my content. Homie, I used to be a liberal. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a right-winger now. No. I went the other way. I became an actual communist. Homie, thanks for the $13 tip. I appreciate the Venmo. Really means a lot. Thank you. A new audio-only Twitch ad? Oh. Well, maybe someone can gift my mod a subby sometime, too. Okay. And Ross with 12. Thank you so much, homie. ACAB. ACAB. I tell you about the time I was playing Rocket League about last week and I typed ACAB because someone had a name about police. And then one of the other players was like, that's hate speech. I'm like, what? I'm like, do you have an uncle that's a cop or something? All right. Stuck in phone gifted one. Thank you, homies. Thank you, homies. It's not complaining or asking. No, this of course. I was asking. You don't like doing that? I do. I do like doing that. I appreciate you. Thank you for asking for me. You know, you're my mod. You're my mod. You help me hit the Perenni button. You help me block the trolls and stuff. I appreciate you. Shout out to all my mods. Thank you for helping me keep this alive. I'm pretty sure I could do it without you, but it would suck. It would suck more. All right. Cope 27, back to the summit.
Arrived in Philadelphia Wednesday on a bus sent by Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott. A 10-year-old girl was immediately taken to the hospital with dehydration and high fever after the arduous journey. Immigrant justice advocates in Philadelphia welcome the asylum seekers with coats, blankets, food, and other resources and will provide temporary shelter. The families came from Colombia, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. Advocates report they were often given false information to lure them onto the buses from Texas and other Republican-led states. In California,
Republican-led states.
The long-serving Democratic Congressmember Karen Bass has become the first woman to be elected mayor of Los Angeles.
Mayor of LA, huh?
Bass beat back real estate mogul Rick Caruso, who
Real estate mogul Rick Caruso. Those words should be abolished, okay?
spent over $100
When you put them together like that.
million of his own fortune on his losing campaign.
Oh my God. Are you joking? What a big dumb fucking loser. You just spent $100 million. I could have used that money, dude. Isn't that so fucking frustrating? Who's getting this money? He gets all of this money by being a parasite scumbag. And then he gives it away to all these, like, what? Republican operatives and, like, think tanks and shit like that? Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? And then they lost. But it wasn't all a waste, you know what I mean? Because that money, to them, that money's used on right-wing propaganda. And even if you lose, you know, you still got to play that propaganda game. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh my God, though. But $100 million? Jesus Christ, dude. If I just had a chunk of that change, imagine what I would do.
Among other issues, Bass has promised to address the
write-off? Okay. Shut the fuck up. Jeff. The doctor. Is that your real name? Is that even your real... The doctor? Is it really a write-off? I'm dying over here. Philanthropy is a scam. That's true, too. What, is that related, or is this... That's a separate thing, right? What are we talking about here? The guy spent $100 million. Look, who did he give the money to? Where does that money go? That's a deep dive, right? He spent $100 million of his money. So, like, when someone spends that much money, where does that money go? Republican operatives and stuff? Like, honestly, where does that money go? Ad campaigns? Consultants? Lawn signs? Yeah. Stickers, buttons. Wow. There's like a whole complex of it. There's like a whole election industrial complex. And all it does, hookers and blow, pizza parties, events to raise more money. Yeah. Paying all these people at all these, okay. It's a fucking racket, dude. It's a racket, and it also serves empire. It serves the illusion. Okay, hold on. It serves as, you know, I guess like functional propaganda. I don't know what I'm saying. That like we have a democracy here. It's just like, well, we don't. You know? It's not a democracy for us. When you go to the polls, you're not doing a democracy. The democracy's already been done. You know? Now, this isn't always 100% the truth. There do seem to be certain votes where you are wielding more power at the ballot. But, you know, by this point, you don't really get a choice. You never really had a choice. When we're talking about mayor of LA. Dude spent $100 million and he lost. My God. All right. Keep going. Let's keep going here. No power without organization.
Housing crisis in LA, where some 70,000 people go unhoused every day. Bass, who will be just the second black mayor of Los Angeles, will also have to contend with the racism crisis at LA City Council, unleashed by the leak of an audio recording in which 3 members made racist remarks about black and indigenous people.
Pretty fucked.
The National Labor Relations Board's asking a federal court to immediately issue a nationwide cease and desist order blocking Starbucks from continuing to fire employees who are involved in union efforts. According to Starbucks Workers United, the coffee chain giant has illegally fired at least 150 workers in retaliation for organizing. And the longtime water protector, Joy Braun, died Sunday at her home in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. She was just 53 years old. A citizen of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribal nation, Braun was at the Sacred Stone Resistance Camp since the first day of the protest at Standing Rock. She was also a nonviolent direct action organizer and policy advocate who trained hundreds of people over the years for the Indigenous Environmental Network. This is Joy at a protest outside the White House last year.
You need to be held accountable. You made promises to the indigenous communities across this land that you were going to uphold, but you haven't upheld those promises. You've been speaking with a forked tongue just like that one that was before you.
We'll talk more about Joy Braun in our first segment. To see our interviews with her at democracynow.org and coverage of the fight over.
She's going to be like a non-violent yada, yada, yada. It's like, okay, you're going to talk shit about Black Panther Party? Because they chose to wield guns and protect their neighborhood from the cops? I'm going to say non-violent as if you're not supposed to identify the violence that's happening to you and return in kind? I don't know. I think she's just compatible left bullshit. Compatible left. Compatible left. Anti-communist left. Liberal left. Counts as progressive in the United States. Counts as progressive because, like, you know, we got like Ted Cruz's and PragerU's and whatnot. It's so easy to make yourself look like a leftist or a progressive in comparison to these freaks. But at the end of the day, 9 times out of 10, they support U.S. imperialism. The military-industrial complex. They do not challenge the owning and ruling classes. They serve them. Even the Squad. Squad's like our best chance, you know, at like challenging those things within the halls of Congress. But they just go along with it. Or they vote present. It's not good enough. Simply not good enough. Today is Red Cup Rebellion on Twitter. And in real life. Sorry. Over 100 Starbucks stores are closed. They're on strike. Bernie's standing with them. Again, Bernie, here's another example. You would wish that Bernie would be staunchly anti-imperialist. But he probably still defends his take on the Yugoslavian war, right? Come on, man. Bomb the fuck out of Yugoslavia. He still is not a comrade in the halls of Congress calling out the U.S. arming of Nazis. I think he's voting for it, right? He's voting for it. But he's better than a Republican, Dan. Whatever. Red Cup Rebellion. Red Cup Rebellion. I think they're closed in. There's one in Chicago that wasn't too far from me, actually. I just didn't want to go. Too lazy, I guess. Oh, they brought out Scabby. President Scabby the Rat. Are they bringing in scabs? It's really cold out there, too. Why are they striking specifically? Due to Starbucks' continuous and blatant disregard for its employees and the law. Because they fired over 150. I just wonder what they're saying. Oh, we're in a union. Button. Here they are at Chicago at Armitage and Hoyne. Speaking of strikes and scabs, would anyone be so kind to give me a layman's explanation of what the Pinkertons were? Yeah, they were a private armed police force, privately run, and they were used to break strikes. So they'd show up and beat up, kill strikers, union leaders, etc. And they literally still exist. They're called, I think there's plenty, there's tons of these private armed groups, literally armed guards. You could think of them as Pinkertons. But like a lot of times, we're specifically talking about these like strike breakers. Private police for business interests. Bernie's great 90% of the time, but the other 10, holy shit, bad. Yeah. And it's just so fucking bad that I can no longer uncritically shill for that guy or, you know, simp for him or whatever. Not too far for me. This is just down the block. Brandon for Chicago. Oh, this guy's running. Running for mayor. Red Cup Rebellion. This is a song with a cat. I gotta skip it. It throws me off. Okay. What else is on my radar? Done. We're knocking them down. Well, we talk about the New York Times. New York Times events. Change gears here. All right. This caught my eye on Twitter today. The New York Times events. I don't even know what this is. They have events. What? No one asked for this. No one asked for this. But they're just going to do it anyways? And who are the speakers? This guy? This guy from the FTX scandal? What? Was this from like, did they schedule this? And have they? Are they still inviting him? Is he still? Like, why? Why? And Zelensky? Yo, the guy that helped bring war to his fucking country? The guy who's partially responsible for all these civilians dying everywhere? Oh, Dan, it was Putin's fault. It had nothing to do with the West and with Zelensky. God. Right? You fucking kidding? Is this a joke? I think I'm... Hold on. I just realized, is this a joke? Am I being joked here? Because I'm losing my mind. They've got all the fonts right, so it's really throwing me off. Is this like an Onion article or what? Come on, is this real? I'm like not doing a bit. I think someone's doing a bit to me. What is this? No. No. What? Get us! The guy from the FTX scandal. Oh my God, BlackRock CEO? CEO of Amazon? Benjamin Netanyahu? What in the fuck over here? Mike Pence? Janet Yellen? Zelensky? Zuckerberg? Yo. You've got to be fucking kidding me. This group of huge fucking losers. These people are all like going down. These people are all on the decline, you know? What the fuck? The Appel Room at Jazz at Lincoln Center. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, like we're watching the decline of empire. I don't think I've ever been more convinced than now. Sponsors. Accenture. U.S. Bank. T. Rowe Price. Walmart. Brex. I don't even get. I can't even believe this. Are we going to be able to get some video out of this? I cannot believe it. You're surprised. I'm a little surprised Cheney and Kissinger are not speaking. You got to be kidding me. Eric Adams. I don't get how this is real. I'm not. This is blowing my mind. What is this? What is this? I just can't believe it. These are the bad people. You guys, these are the bad people. I think I'm dead. I'm like, I must be dead. And I've gone to hell. Because these are the bad people. I can't believe it. Just don't know what to say. Wow. Okay. I don't know what to say about this. This is going to be hell. Who's gonna sponsor my trip to go and watch this? Why is Sam Bankman-Fried gonna be there? Why did they not take him off the list? All right. That is something else. 2,400 a seat? I guess I'm not going. The psychic damage would be overwhelming, but I would take it for you. I would do it. I would do it. If you sponsor me, I'll go. Hey guys. You'll be in jail by then. Who's charged? Who's charged? Hey, welcome in, homie. We need a leftist sugar daddy. Wink. Yes, we do. We do indeed. All right, let's see if I can get this cat out of here. She's getting ornery. All right, I don't think I'm going. You got this feeling? Wow. We're going to see if I can give you some updates on Ukraine later. I don't think I have much to say. Other than Russian forces carried out mass missile strike on various objects, Ukrainian territory. I don't know if I can give you any updates about these things. Let me know if you have anything for me. Turkey, Istanbul, Syria, Iran. How about this? How am I now? Just now, finding out about these Biden burger photos. Look at his face. I just love the whole thing. And there's another one. Oh! I wish he was pointing. I wish he was soy jacking. It'd be so funny. It's just simply too much. Joseph Robinette Biden. I think Robinette was the tip off. Like, okay, this guy's not a good dude. Where's this corn pop guy? Has anyone ever caught up with corn pop? Or are we just agreeing that he made it up? What is the deal with that? What's the deal with corn pop? He was a real bad dude. He made it up. Yo, because he's talking about this guy, corn pop. You think you think no one's gonna try to catch up with this guy that you just made up? You don't think this is gonna come? Like, come on, stop making shit up, dude. Corn pop. He was a real and a bad dude. It would have been really funny if you said it like that. We'll see if this one's tasty or flavorless. It looks flavorless. Tasty. Pleasantly surprised. Proletariat, welcome in. Yeah. Where's my Frakes button? My Frakes button's broke too. That arm tells me he has hairy legs. How about his back? I cannot believe we made this guy president. Well, again, there it is. I don't have democracy. I didn't do it. '16 is the first time I went to like a political rally. It was for Bernie in Chicago. We were all still mad. What? Wait, no. 2020? Tripping here. Yeah. 2020. Really? Hold on. 2019? When Bernie was running? When Bernie was running? First ran in 2016. All right. Wow. It's been a really long 2 years. Okay, so What am I getting at? I don't know. I think this one's funnier. Just so cartoonish. Making burgers. Oh, this was so good. That's it. Bad. Yoshi, you're bad. But she's being naughty. A really good Clementine.
You've been a naughty boy, and I'm gonna spank you.
Just being naughty. I can shit up. Shit over. So good. Not sure who this tweeter is, but I like this tweet. What's up? America doesn't want you to know that many major figures in the struggle for black liberation were socialists or communists. From W.E.B. Du Bois, I think that's how you say it. W.E.B. Du Bois to Fred Hampton. Countless black leaders have seen socialism as key to our complete liberation. Du Bois, Fred Hampton. Click linky for 4-second soundbite on sourcing your claims. Oh.
Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up.
That's good. Yoshi, why are you so adorable all the time? Oh, cool. It looks like there's a Means Morning News. How about we peek at that, huh? That'd be nice. I love this intro.
Hey there, wake up. It's Means Morning News, 11 a.m. on the East Coast in Washington, D.C., and this is that source for anti-capitalist news and analysis. Thanks for watching. I'm the host, Sam Sachs. Good morning to everyone.
Sam Sachs. Except
Rick Caruso. The billionaire real estate developer spent more than $100 million of his own money to try to win the LA mayoral race. An extremely rich guy, Caruso campaigned on crushing the homeless. And yesterday, he was declared the loser. Former Congresswoman Karen Bass won the race despite being outspent 10-1. So to recap, the cost of a failed campaign, $100 million. The cost of seeing a billionaire humiliated, priceless. Eat shit, Rick. Workers at more than 110 Starbucks cafes around the country are on strike in what the union is calling a Red Cup Rebellion. The nationwide labor action, a first of its kind taken by Starbucks Workers United, is aimed at bringing attention to the company's unfair labor practices, like persistent understaffing and a refusal to bargain with union cafes. Strike is taking place on the same day that Starbucks begins its Red Cup Day promotion, where thousands of cafes offer branded cups to customers who make certain purchases. The union noted in its press release that Red Cup Day is, quote, notoriously difficult on baristas and notoriously profitable for Starbucks. So instead, striking workers will be demonstrating outside cafes and giving customers union-branded cups, which are far superior to the red cups, and you don't need to cross a picket line to get one. Actions taken by the company this week show why a nationwide unfair labor practices strike is so necessary. 2 worker organizers were fired at a cafe in Ithaca just ahead of a planned collective bargaining session, and Starbucks announced that a cafe in Portland, Maine that voted to unionize will now be shut down. The National Labor Relations Board filed suit in court seeking a nationwide cease and desist order against the company to stop its rampant union busting. The board has already issued 39 official complaints against Starbucks, accounting for over 900 violations of labor law. Despite all these headwinds, it's remarkable what the union has been able to accomplish over just the last year. It's organized more than 250 stores, adding nearly 7,000 workers to the ranks of the unionized. News from Capitol Hill, where the Senate advanced legislation that would protect same-sex and interracial marriages. The bill would repeal the 1996 Defense of Marriage Act that prohibited gay couples from marrying, but was struck down by the Supreme Court in 2013. The legislation would also federally recognize marriages in states where they are illegal, as long as the couple was married in a state where it was legal. The law is aimed at preempting any future decision by the now more reactionary Supreme Court to once again define marriage as only between one man and one woman who are of the same race. That might sound wild in the year of our Lord 2022, but in his opinion, in the Dobbs case that took away the right to an abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas suggested that the court may in the future strike down precedents that established a right to same-sex and interracial marriages. Justice Thomas himself is in an interracial marriage. Maybe this is his way of getting out of it. Not sure what's going on there. Senate bill also includes an amendment that protects religious institutions that want to continue to discriminate against same-sex couples. Under a religious liberty exemption, churches and faith-based organizations are not required to offer services, facilities, or any goods to contribute to a marriage that their religious beliefs oppose. That includes adoption services. And the bill ensures that such organizations don't lose their tax-exempt status if they do discriminate. The version of the bill passed by the House did not include such an amendment. The Senate added it to get the support of about a dozen Republicans in multiple religious groups, including the Mormon Church. Senators hope to pass the bill sometime today, or at least this week. The House will then have to pass it again with the new religious liberty exemptions before it's sent to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. Of course, the problem with this strategy is if the court really does want to strike down gay marriage, it will do so, including by invalidating this bill that the Senate is considering. It's always Calvin ball at the Supreme Court. The conservative justices know the outcome they want, and they change the rules to get there. It's why if Democrats really want to protect human rights from the high court, they have to attack the court itself, specifically its right-wing majority, either through packing the court or impeaching corrupt justices like Clarence Thomas, or by getting rid of judicial review altogether. Unfortunately, there's no courage within the party to do any of that stuff, so instead it pursues half measures.
I fucking love Sam Sachs. He's got great analysis, man. There are like so many people on the left that just do really shitty analysis despite just covering electoralism all day. I'm glad there is someone on the left that's covering it well, because his analysis is off the charts. I do think there are too many people, though, that do it, and they do it really poorly.
Surprising news out of the Justice Department this week.
I'm going to start watching this every day.
Announced it will
Is it every day?
Investigate the death of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. who was shot by Israeli soldiers back in May.
We'll do it, though.
The department was forced into this by a surge of pressure led by Shireen's family and activists. And earlier this year, 57 Democratic lawmakers wrote a letter to the FBI and the State Department calling for an investigation. An internal probe conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces concluded that it was possible that one of its soldiers shot Shireen, but can't be known for sure. And if a soldier did do it, then it was by accident. No criminal charges were pursued. The conclusions were criticized by human rights groups as a whitewash. Shireen's family released a statement saying they hope the U.S. investigation is, quote, truly independent, credible, and thorough, following the evidence where it leads up and down the chain of command. While news of the investigation is obviously welcomed, one can sense a tinge of skepticism in the family's statement. That's reasonable given how the U.S. has a history of covering up Israeli crimes, including the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Also, Israeli authorities have already pledged not to cooperate here. Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz tweeted, quote, "The decision taken by the U.S. Justice Department to conduct an investigation into the tragic passing of Shireen Abu Akleh is a mistake. The IDF has conducted a professional, independent investigation which was presented to American officials with whom the details were shared." Gantz added, quote, "I have delivered a message to U.S. representatives that we stand by the IDF soldiers, that we will not cooperate with an external investigation and will not enable intervention to internal investigations." Well, in that case, maybe the U.S. should no longer cooperate in sending billions of dollars in security assistance to the IDF every year.
All right, what did I miss? Shireen Abu Akleh?
That's the obvious takeaway, but I'm not holding my breath.
And Israel's not going to cooperate?
Until U.S. officials arrive at the same conclusion.
Yeah. I fucking love Sam.
Turning now to the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in
love you, Sam!
The Gaza Strip, the world's largest open-air prison, where the
He just doesn't miss.
Palestinian population lives under occupation, subjected to military attacks and import controls. The area is in the midst of a housing crisis. With space still restricted, there's just isn't enough room to accommodate the 14,000 new homes that need to be built each year to keep up with population growth. Housing is made even more difficult when Israeli bombing campaigns take out apartment buildings, and the IDF restricts what sort of building supplies are allowed into Gaza. And so families end up homeless, or in some cases, forced to find shelter in places no one really wants to live, like cemeteries.
Jesus
Christ. The Kahil family lives in an atmosphere of disease and poverty that has accompanied them now for years. They sought refuge in the cemetery and built a simple house that barely accommodates all of them because they were unable to buy or even rent another dwelling.
Oh my God, dude. I can't even begin to...
This family of 8 has been living for 13 years in the Sheikh Shaban Cemetery in the besieged and overcrowded Gaza. The children are able to make some money by watering grave sites. Our correspondent in Gaza, Mohammed El Safi, spoke to members of the family about their struggle.
When you enter the cemetery during the day, you feel fear. Imagine how you would feel when you enter it at night. Between terrors, dogs and snakes, you can't live here at night. But what do we do?
We wake up and go to sleep with the graves of the dead. What is our life? Little children are too scared to talk about it. Young children go out and come back to the cemeteries and watch when we bury the dead. My little girl said, "The man went into the grave. Will he come back out to us at night?" Can you imagine what kind of position this puts us in as parents?
We live here out of poverty. We went to live on the street and they told us the street is not yours. Get out of here. We went to live on the sea and they told us the sea is not yours. I said, what can I do? I said, the solution is, we have nothing but the dead. May God bless them. The dead accepted us and we have been here for nearly 50 years.
I try to teach them and tell stories to help them forget about it. I'll sit and play with them so that they can try to forget this place. But it is no use.
When we wake up in the morning, instead of gardens, games and waterfalls in front of us, we wake up to only the graves. We only see graves in front of us. We are sleeping between the tombs until we have to sleep inside of the tombs.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
After more elections were called on Wednesday, Republicans secured their House majority, giving them an effective veto over anything Joe Biden and the Democrats hope to accomplish over the next 2 years. And Democrats are about to make it even easier for Republicans to draw blood when they come into power in January. The Democratic Party has abandoned plans to raise the debt ceiling during a lame duck session due to opposition from other Democrats. And yes, of course, it's Joe Manchin. Politico reported that the senator from West Virginia and others opposed plans to increase the debt limit without any Republican votes through reconciliation. Manchin said, quote, "I don't think it should go to reconciliation. My goodness, it's something we've always worked together on." Okay, well, it no longer is. So now what's the plan, Joe? The current debt limit stands at $31.4 trillion, and the Treasury Department is legally not allowed to borrow beyond that amount. If the limit is reached, then the U.S. won't be able to pay creditors, which could result in the nation's first ever default and a likely economic meltdown. All of it totally self-inflicted. It's an extremely stupid law. No other country that prints its money has such a thing, but it's still in place here. Because every time it needs to be raised, conservatives can extract concessions from Democrats, usually in the form of austerity. It's a useful tool that capital can use every now and again to make workers' lives a little bit harder. And so, it's...
I'll co-sign this as well. Gaza Fights for Freedom by Abby Martin and Mike Preisner. Empire Files. These are all people I want to have on the channel sometime. I'm thinking about how I would really like to have Sam on sometime again. We had him on like a year ago.
Days. And with the House in Republican hands next summer, when the debt limit is expected to be reached once again, more sacrifices will be demanded. Democrats like Joe Manchin, who oppose raising the debt limit now through reconciliation, want to see austerity down the road when a deal has to be negotiated with Republicans. That's what's happening here. Meanwhile, the White House is just totally out to lunch on this. Politico reported that, quote, "Officials now predict Republicans will get blamed if a bitter fight on the issue harms already choppy markets and further damages an economy that many economists see as close to a recession." Here's what one White House advisor told the outlet, quote, "Although there is a grave risk to the economy, the gun is in Republicans' hands, and there is little question as to who will get blamed for this." They're just going to use the gun, and it will be the president who gets blamed for it, as it always is. Are you new here? It's going to be a long 2 years.
Are you new here? Are you new? What are you new? I love that. I love that that's still a diss. Keep that alive. But what? Never mind.
House lawmakers received testimony Wednesday from...
That's Mike Preisner. Is this him yelling at Bush?
We're here to say...
This is the other one. This is the other best one.
Of all those serving in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy, that you have the absolute right to refuse to take part in these criminal wars, and that's a right that all of you should exercise.
All right, I'm
have
gonna...
no reason to go put your life on the line and kill and die for profit. We've been to Iraq. Right. We've been to Afghanistan. And we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education. Because we need a job. Because we need health care. And then we joined the military, and they tell us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan, or poor people in the deserts of Iraq. But we've been to those countries, and we know that our enemies are not other poor people abroad. Our enemies are the people that laid us off from our jobs, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here in the richest one. The occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan alone are costing over $700 million every single day. This is a crime every single day, while so many of us are hurting. Well, I think all of us here
And the vast majority of people in this country would agree that we can spend $700 million a day better than bombing people that we have no reason to bomb. We can spend $700 million a day rebuilding those countries we've destroyed. We can spend $700 million a day caring for the veterans we get home when they get home. And then we can spend $700 million a day giving every single person health care, a college education, a job, and a livelihood, and a home. That's what we need to be spending our money on. But this government is not going to do that. They're not going to use the money in that way.
Do not come.
They're not going to end the wars. And they're not going to do it because it's not our government. It's their government. It's a government of the rich. It's a government of Wall Street, of the oil giants, of the defense contractors. It's their government, and the only language that they understand is shutting down business as usual. And that's what we're doing here today, and we're going to continue to do until these wars are over. It's crystal clear now that these wars are going to continue and expand and go into other countries. That is the trend. That is what we know, that there is perpetual war, and it's only going to stop if the people stand up and stop it. And that's what we're going to do, sisters and brothers. A lot of people ask me, what do we do? Because we all know things are bad. We all see the atrocities on TV. We read about it. We experience it. People always ask, what do I do? Because we always want to know what to do. Do we vote? Do we support a politician? Do we join an organization? What do we do? Well, I'll tell you what we do. It's simple. We fight. We fight, and we fight, and we fight, and we shut down our workplaces. We shut down our schools. We shut down the streets. We shut down business as usual, and we fight until we force the people in there to do what the people out here want. Because that's how we're going to get around, and we're going to fight until there's not one more bomb drop, not one more bullet fired, not one more soldier coming home in a wheelchair, not one more family slaughtered, not one more day of U.S. imperialism. So let's fight to make that happen. We can do it today, and in the days ahead, we have to fight to end these wars and create a better world, sisters and brothers.
Oh. Right. Yeah. I'm not crying. You're crying. And he was arrested? Not sure I knew that. I needed that. Oh, God. Fuck. Oh. Really, I needed that. Thank you. Oh. God. It's better than most drugs, you know? Jesus Christ. 131 veterans and other anti-war activists arrested in front of the White House after refusing orders from the police to disperse. Dude. Mike Preisner. He's fucking awesome, dude.
Astrophysicist on what's being learned so far from the James Webb Space Telescope's observations. Ahead of the hearing, NASA officials released a new picture taken by the telescope, captures the birth of a star, or a protostar. It's called L1527. It's estimated to be about 100,000 years old, and it's about 430 light years away from Earth.
Not far.
Can't actually see the star itself, just the clouds of gas and dust that are being shot out as the star comes into contact with other celestial matter. NASA also unveiled a plan to keep James Webb safer from micrometeoroid impacts. The telescope has already been hammered by 14 such...
That's gods. 5 out of 5. Home run. You did it. Those kits you can buy to make a silicone mold of your own penis are the perfect gag gift.
Such collisions, though none have been serious enough to affect its performance. To keep it that way, scientists said that future observations will, quote, be planned to face away from what is now known as the micrometeoroid avoidance zone. Basically, it just means that the telescope is going to try to face in a different direction when it's doing its observations. All of that was discussed as part of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee's oversight duties, but lawmakers then went beyond their oversight role and just started getting really heady with the witnesses. Here was Republican Congressman Bill Posey asking the big questions to a University of Texas astronomy professor, Dr. Stephen Finkelstein.
You mentioned the universe being 13.9 billion years old. What was before that?
My favorite answer to that is your guess is as good as...
You gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. You can't believe they're gonna be doing this. Your guess is as good as mine.
A more technical answer, which I don't like, is that the concept of time only exists as long as the universe exists. So there was no before.
You just blew this fucker's mind, dude.
We can measure very...
Well, hold on a second. My God was clearly around, just standing around. Clearly, there was time going on here. My book says so.
Very precisely the evolution of the universe as long as the universe has been around. We can measure very precisely the age of 13.82 billion years. Why the universe began.
He's like, you're not going to like this, but time didn't exist, homie.
What came before, if there is even a concept as before, that we don't know. And
this guy's pissed in the background.
It's very hard to test because to do science, we need to make observations to test our theories. And we only have the universe that we live in right now.
And beyond the
Beyond?
universe.
Look at him. Stop it. Why is that so funny? He's proud of himself. Why? They're all so... Why are they... What did they do? What about... Yeah. He's fishing for God. This is so funny. I'm going back. Well, let me hear him say it again.
We only have the universe that we live in right now.
And beyond the universe?
The universe is infinite, as best we can tell, and so there is no beyond the universe.
That's my favorite thing.
Let the record show that Congressman Posey is parking that blunt. Later in the hearing, the chair of the subcommittee, Rep. Don Beyer, followed up on his colleague's questioning.
One more question. I think maybe to a question from Mr. Posey or one of my Republican friends, that what's beyond the universe? Typically, we're thinking that the definition of the universe was as far as light has expanded, rather than being infinite, that is still expanding into whatever's beyond it, or nothingness beyond it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I just taught this earlier this week in my class. So that's the difference between the observable universe and the entire universe. So the universe has been around for a finite time, only 13.8 billion years. And so we can only see
this in my class.
Objects that were close enough that their light has been able to reach us in that period of time. Sweet. But to our best understanding, that is not all there is. There is more universe out there that is inaccessible to us right now because the universe has not been around long enough for that light to travel to us.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, now we recognize Mr. Babin for his question.
Absolutely fascinating. Thank you. I'm going to bring us back down to earth for congressional oversight here, okay?
Let the record show that, that Buzzkill Babin did not inhale. Gotta say, some pretty good space news over the last few months.
Wow.
NASA really feeling itself right now. And based on recent performance...
Okay. Yo. That was really funny. That was really funny. These guys are very good at this. These guys are like taking the mantle, you know, that like in my head, like Jon Stewart used to hold, you know, until I realized he's just a big lib. That was one too. But anyways. Right? This is great. I'm out. Do they make this every day or what?
Performance.
So good.
I think it should switch budgets with the Pentagon.
Just fire, dude. They're great.
The show ends this morning with a sunrise from New York. It was sent in by Nathan and AJ in the Adirondacks. Enjoy.
Fuck, man, this is like my dream show. I want to make this show.
Thanks, Nathan and AJ, who also wanted me to give a shout out to the workers at Cahoots and Hoots in Eugene, Oregon. They're a group of unarmed first responders who are alternatives to police when dealing with mental health emergencies, and they're now organizing a union. So we're sending some solidarity their way. Show's over. Thanks to the team behind the scenes. Please subscribe to our YouTube and podcast channels if you haven't already. One day capitalism will fall. Until then, we'll be right here.
I want to like do this content, but more like geopolitics.
See you tomorrow.
That was funny, dude. Oh, funny. That joke was hilarious. So this is what they got. This is the new James Webb Space Telescope. Looks like one of those pour paintings, you know? Baby star in the center of all that. Okay. It's tremendous. I try to download the big version of this picture. It's probably like a gigabyte or something. It always shuts my stream down, so I can only pull up the ping. Ping. Here's the full res, 4,000 by 4,000 ish. That's a big ping. 25 megabytes. That shuts my stream down when I download it. I don't know why. Fucking far. Wait, it's not that far. It's like 430 light years. It's not that far. But you can't see it with your naked eye. You wouldn't be able to see it just looking up. If it were happened to be above you. 460 light years away. Full res on your PC desktop wallpaper. That's great. That's really cool. Picture is about 0.3 light years across. That means in order for light to get from one edge of the picture, it takes about a third of a year. Traveling at, what, 186,000 miles a second? Like that? Some nerd shit? I don't know what I'm saying, man. Pretty cool, huh?
Some even thought...
Whoops! I'm sorry. Michael Perenni's trying to sneak in there. Huh? What else is on the radar here today? We talked about it. We talked about it. Not really much of a Ukraine update. We'll touch on this real quick. If there's any other Ukraine stuff, we could talk about it. War in Ukraine. Russian forces carried out another mass missile strike on various objects in Ukrainian territory, including, I believe, in Odessa, Ochakiv, I think, Dnipro, Kharkiv, and Izium, and Strai. I don't know how to say these, I'm sorry. Izium district of Kharkiv, a gas industry object was hit, most likely the Shebelinsky gas processing plant. It was struck in June. The resulting fire couldn't be contained for a week. 3 explosions then at 1 p.m. in Kharkiv itself. Another target was a gas industry object in Kiev region. The capital city itself saw interruptions in electric supply. In Dnipro, besides the confirmed strike at the Yuzmash building, there's information that 2 substations and gas extraction object were struck in Ochakiv. Jeren kamikaze drones. Jeren, is that the Iranian? What do you mean? They struck a logistical object. Our sources say the Russian armed forces struck AFU reserves that were preparing an operation to occupy the Kinburn Peninsula. Kinburn, is that the one we were looking at yesterday? All targets in Ochakiv are being hit with the aim of disrupting this operation. When is this? It is that one. That's it. Okay. In Odessa City. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Live UA. This helps you figure it out. Here you go. So Russia's here in red. They're holding this peninsula. That's it. This is the thing we were talking about. Yeah, either yesterday or a couple days back. Right? Right? That's it. That's what they're talking about here. Preparing an operation to occupy it. All targets in Ochakiv are being hit with the aim of disrupting this operation. All right, so Ochakiv, where the fuck is that? Cross. But there's nothing being mentioned here. They're saying missile strike in Ochakiv. There's nothing on the map. Are they going to say Kherson? 7 hours ago. At Kherson direction, Russian army shelled Zelenivka, Chornobayivka, and Kherson, shelled Nikopol and Oh, Jesus Christ.
Chervonorihorivka. Dnepropetrovsk.
I wouldn't have no. Let's just have my reader read it.
At Kherson direction, Russian army shelled Zelenivka, Chornobayivka, and Kherson, shelled Nikopol and Chervonorihorivka of Dnepropetrovsk region with MLRS. General Staff of Armed Forces of Ukraine says in the morning report.
I like how my fucking bot is just putting me to shame over here. Fuck you, robot. Go fuck yourself. Oh. Wait. That's something else. Oh, that was up there. Where was it? Same thing. Same thing. We're talking about Ochakiv. So is there shit going down or what? Not on the map. All right, so I don't know. They're saying it is. Also, Odessa, there's nothing. This doesn't show anything on Odessa. Do I have to, go back in time or something? Oh, wait, did you see that?
Logistic infrastructure object was damaged as a result of Russian missile strike in Odessa region. 1 person wounded.
All right, that was 8 hours ago, it says. I guess I hit the time thing. 16. The deal. It's 8 hours ago. All right, I just don't know, you know? Russian 14 wounded as a result of Russian missile strike in Dnipro. This is 8 hours ago. Saw this video earlier on Democracy Now! Jesus Christ. I am so sorry. That was insanely loud. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. Several explosions reported in Dnipro. Partial blackout in the city. What is this? And then there's a video, but the video's gone. I don't know. I don't get it. That's confusing. Source. Closest city on the other side from that peninsula. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to sound dismissive. Yeah. I mean to sound agree.
І що стосується південних регіонів, це дійсно так, завдання ракетного удару по Одесі, уражено логістичний об'єкт. Є шкодження навколишніх будівель, є одна постраждала цивільна особа. Це уточнена інформація, і наразі тривають роботи. В принципі, інших пошкоджень нема.
I didn't get any of that. Nothing here. I don't know. I don't know. What's this skull looking thing? I was confused about what you meant about it not showing up on the map. You as in past tense, are you still confused? I was talking about this. These people are reporting Russian forces carrying out missile strikes on these places, including Ochakiv. Logistics object, kamikaze drones. Our sources say the Russian armed forces struck AFU reserves preparing an occupation to occupy the Kinburn Peninsula. So, like, where? AFU reserves. Whoa. A lot going on here. Wait, who's Duda? Duda's the Poland guy. Right. Duda's meeting with Bill Burns.
Duda has met with CIA Chief Bill Burns, who visited Warsaw this week after stops in Ankara and Kyiv.
After stops in Ankara and Kyiv. Holy shit. What a nightmare. What is going on? It's just Gladio C over here, or what? Gladio B? Gladio double B? Gladio Bill Burns? What is going on here? They're getting ready to cut out Zelensky? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I'm tracking. Translate it. The head of the CIA, Bill Burns, after his visit to Ankara and Kyiv, concerned the general security situation, in the context of recent events appeared. Lots of work on the PL-US line today. Yo.
Tweet. See new tweet.
This is awful. Bill Burns, dude. All these NATO flags everywhere and EU, Poland. Yo, this is where like evil decisions are made. Oh, I really wonder what they talked about. They want a distance from Zelensky? Why? Don't they want the war to continue like another 10 years? They need like a 20-year war, you know? Most Americans don't realize it, but this one's had an 8-year start. They've had an 8-year head start over here. In the sense that it's been going on for 8 years, and U.S. doesn't really, you know, most people here in the U.S. don't know that. They don't know what's been going on in Donbass the last 8 years. Now, it's not like we've got U.S. boots on the ground. I mean, we probably do. We probably got some CIA death squads over there. I think we've got really good reason to believe there are thousands of gray wolves, Gladio B, you know, related stuff. Turkish paramilitary death squads. So like CIA or CIA adjacent. It's all the same. It's just terror. They thrive on terror. Bill Burns loves him some fucking terror. These are the sickos, man. There's no imperialism without imperialists. You get a whole room full of them right there. Come on, man. These are the bad people. Dylan Burns. Yeah, that is interesting, right? Yeah. Okay. Russian media report drone crashed at substation near Feodosia.
Quality content.
Thank you, Jamie. One of those Iranian design drones. Man, we don't look at this live UA enough. It's tricky because it's like a little pro-Ukrainian. I think maybe that's why they're not showing us these attacks in Ochakiv. They don't want to like show the counterattack or them coming to take this peninsula here. That's what they were reporting here. So I don't know what to believe, to be honest. Here. In Ochakiv, Jaren kamikaze drones. Russian armed forces struck AFU reserves, preparing an operation to occupy the Kinburn Peninsula. All targets in Ochakiv being hit with the aim of disrupting this operation. But again, nothing on the map. Oh, I don't know. I'm curious. Okay. Let's see what else is on your radar. Fire erupts during football game. Jesus. What the fuck? I don't think I'm gonna get into that one. Ryan Hall. Yeah, y'all want some weather
Welcome
news?
back, y'all. Ryan Hall.
I think it's time for a little bit of candy over here. I think you've deserved it. You know, chat can have a little bit of candy.
Here with the weather forecast, several regions around the Great Lakes are getting ready to see feet of snow. Too much snow. It's really too much snow for some people. We're talking about maybe up to 4, 5, 6 feet of snow. So let's dive right into that.
Setup.
We have this big low pressure system that's kind of like spinning around up here in Canada.
Fucking transition, Ryan.
It's ejecting off to the north and east. This is what's caused, or it's a portion of what's caused some of the snow in the northeast over the past couple of days. Now, what it's going to do is it's going to send in a bunch of really cold air from Canada, kind of in this direction, okay? And as the low ejects off to the northeast, that air is going to continue to rake over the lakes in such a way that it's going to cause convection, because right now the lakes are really warm, okay? We're coming out of summer, fall. The lake temperatures, I believe, are still 50, 60 degrees. Whenever you throw 20-degree temperatures on top of that, the warm air from the lakes that's coming out of the lake is going to rise up into the air and, you know, condense into quite literally thunderstorms. But when it's 20 degrees outside, those thunderstorms produce snow. Okay, so let me show you what the radar could look like as we go forward here. You can see the time and date up.
Thunder snow. That's what he said, right? Thunder snow?
There at the top, it's always going to be listed in Eastern time. Watch how the low pressure system spins, and you can literally see that moisture work its way off the lakes and onto land for the next several days, okay? Everybody to the south and east of one of these lakes is going to have heavy snow, but there's going to be some bands that set up that are way more intense than other ones, and one of those is going to be down here near Buffalo, New York, okay? Look at this. Are you looking at it? We're looking at a time lapse of what the radar could be like from today all the way through pretty close to, you know, Sunday. And there's going to be this heavy band of snow that flies over Buffalo, and it's just going to absolutely bury the city. Okay, it's going to start tonight around 8 p.m. tonight. It's going to start snowing really heavy in Buffalo, and then it's going to continue to snow all the way through the next day, and then the next day. And then here's one thing that might actually be a little bit of a saving grace for places like Buffalo. A lot of the recent data does show that there might be this little influx of energy from the north that's going to maybe push some of these snow bands to the south for a couple of hours, and that might mean that we get a little bit less snow in places like actually downtown Buffalo. However, it does not mean that we're completely out of the woods, okay, because that band's going to come right back up into the city by Saturday, you know, 6, 7 a.m. and then, you know, it'll still be there on Sunday as well. But it's not just Buffalo, it's also Watertown, New York, and areas just north of there. It's also a lot of places in, you know, southern Ontario, adjacent to the lakes. All of western Michigan over here is going to see a pretty good amount of snow. And then, of course, you've got places up here in the UP of Michigan, which are going to get buried in snow. Now, I'm going to talk about snow totals right here in a minute, but I really want to focus on these two snow bands really quick, because these are going to be the ones that cause the most problems. This is where we're going to see life-threatening snow. It's not an everyday thing. Like a lot of people think, oh, lake effect snow, this happens every year. Not something like this. This is actually going to be a disaster for some people, just depending on who ends up under the right or wrong band of snow. Okay, switching over to Weather Bell real quick so we can show you another angle of what this storm's going to look like. Here's another loop of exactly what we've been talking about with these snow bands.
Look at
but
that.
Maybe something that will allow us to explain a little bit better of exactly how strong these snow bands are going to be.
How strong,
we're going to go look at some severe weather parameters. You've heard me talk about CAPE before, convective available potential energy, the amount of energy in the air for thunderstorms to form. Well, there's actually going to be a pretty significant amount of it. We're talking about 300 to 500 joules per kilogram over some of these lakes while the snow is falling. So that means there's thunderstorms,
Fucker just loves
but it's
weather,
snowing.
you know?
Now let's go to the instantaneous flash rate. This shows us how often lightning strikes could occur in these storms, and it's actually a very significant amount, especially over here in this Buffalo band. We're talking about a training thunderstorm, okay? It's going to be lightning, thundering, wind's going to be blowing, but it's snow, all right? This would cause a flash flood. That's the kind of snow
get into weather?
that we're looking at here.
I think I want to get into weather content, but just make it up.
This is not normal.
This is lie my ass off.
It's not like your everyday average Buffalo thing. This is going to completely destroy travel. Okay, nobody's moving in Buffalo. Probably areas just south of Buffalo.
Make shit up.
And areas just north of Watertown. And it's going to last for several days. Okay, a snow plow can't move 6 feet of snow out of the way very quickly. All right, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to hopefully effectively communicate the risks here. This is going to be a thunderstorm that lasts for several days. And instead of rain, it's going to be snow. Okay, let's talk about snow totals. First off, we're going to look at the HRRR model again, and we are going to see what it paints. All right, so just through Friday morning at 10 a.m., okay, this is just through Friday morning at 10 a.m. This is what we're looking at here. Let me inspect this. And as you can see, some places up here in western Michigan could see 4, 5, 6 inches of snow. There's going to be some areas up here in Wisconsin near Ironwood that are already going to have more than 2 feet of snow. And just a general, 6 inches or so, and a lot of these lake effect bands that are moving a lot. Now, the ones that aren't moving, like the one over here near Buffalo,
oh my God,
is probably going to already have put down 28 inches of snow near Hamburg. Okay, Elma as well, 23 inches of snow. Now, notice how the greatest
that's a lot of snow.
The heaviest snow is falling south of downtown Buffalo here. Okay, this is the HRRR model. Let's come over to Watertown. Okay, north of Watertown, we're already looking at 7, 8 inches of snow over here in New York.
Sucks.
Let's move this all the way out through
Chicago,
Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Remember, it's still going to be snowing at this time. It's not over with, but this is as far out as the model can go. We're talking about now up to a foot of snow in a lot of western Michigan. But let's just cut to the chase. We're going to come over here and look at Buffalo.
I definitely remember that.
New York, 54 inches. South of Buffalo. Let's really get in here. We're talking about Eden, 46 inches, Hamburg, 53 inches, Elma, 47 inches. But look,
I think we lost power. We lost power that night. We were without power for I think like 24 hours. It was getting fucking cold. We were under all the blankets. People were ditching their cars on Lakeshore Drive. It was fucking cold. Even the cat was getting under the blankets. It was Brewster.
Look at how sharp the cut
back when Brewster was fat
off is. Downtown Buffalo, 14 inches, 12 inches. Just north on the northern side of Buffalo near Amherst, 5 inches. Okay, Niagara Falls, it ain't even going to snow. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is going to be basically, if you start walking, all right, if you're on Interstate 290 here near Snyder and you take the exit and you stay on 90 South, all right, you're in 10 inches of snow. You're basically walking uphill in the snow until you get all the way down here towards Gardenville, where we've got 2-3 feet. You're walking uphill in the snow and to the epicenter down here near Orchard Park, where there's 52, 53 inches. That's a very small distance. Okay, we're talking about a couple of miles. And that's why it's hard to forecast these things, and everybody near Buffalo should be preparing for it, because the heaviest axis of snow, if it just shifts a couple miles to the north, it's going to change a lot of things for a lot of people. Now, let's go over here and look at Watertown. We're talking about 20, 30 inches over here as well. Now, this is the HRRR forecast model. Okay, it's just one forecast model. Let's put them all together and see what the National Weather Service is saying. Okay, so this is the official snow totals from the National Weather Service.
We'll go to Nancy next.
10 inches over here in western Michigan. Once again, though, let's dive into the meat and potatoes here near Buffalo. 50 inches of snow. This is not clickbait. This is not over-exaggerating. 50 inches of snow possible through a Friday and Saturday for areas near Buffalo. But notice how the National Weather Service forecast is a little bit farther north. There's still some discrepancy. We don't know exactly where that heaviest band's going to fall, but we will figure that out very soon. Okay, so just be prepared anywhere in and around Buffalo, and also up here north of Watertown, near Clayton, Fort Drum, and Philadelphia. We're looking at 40 inches of snow up here. This can cave a roof in. If you're out on the highway during some of the 5-inch per hour snowfall rates, you could be stranded out there, and nobody's coming to help, at least for a significant amount of time. Nobody is moving in 50 inches of snow. And hopefully everybody is prepared for this. Now, we've only sold like 5 Yalameters in Buffalo, so I don't know how many pictures we're going to get. But if you're watching from Buffalo, New York, or if you know somebody from Buffalo, or any of these areas that we've been talking about, please share this video. Let people know that this is a pretty serious situation. It's going to be a lot of snow. It's going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people. I know we got storm chasers on the way. Wherever that heaviest snow falls, it's going to be a pretty serious situation. Now, real quick, let's go over a U.S. outlook here just for everybody, because I know there's somebody in Colorado that's watching that's like, I don't care about what happens in Buffalo, man. Okay. The thing is that's the most interesting part of the weather story right now. As we go forward into Saturday, it's going to be cold for everybody. Watch my main channel video if you haven't already. I talked very in depth about how cold it's getting ready to get. But once the lake effect snow moves out of here and the cold starts to move out a little bit, it is going to try to get a little bit warmer from the southwest moving eastward as we go into early next week. Okay, you see how these red lines are kind of propagating up to the north and east. We've got a little bit of warm air advection happening here, but it's not going to be like summertime warmth. It's just going to kind of be average November temperatures. But notice how the weather is mostly calm and quiet until we get a little bit of a system coming out of the Pacific Northwest. A little bit of a trough here shows up, and we start to see some Gulf moisture interact with it around Thursday, November 24th. We might see severe weather in this area. Don't want to talk about it too much right now because it's still pretty far down the road, but this is a classic November severe weather setup around Thanksgiving for the Deep South. Notice how there's a cold ball of energy down here, and that's going to propagate off to the east and probably cause a lot of rain and thunderstorms for everybody in the Appalachian region, the Mid-Atlantic, up into the northeast coast. That storm might try to phase with some energy from the northeast and cause an actual snowstorm up here in New England on Saturday, November 26th. But once again, it's a little too far out to be talking about anything with any significant detail there. What we've got to focus on first is this. We might see some severe weather around Thanksgiving here in the Deep South. And if that happens, then we are going to be looking at what happens when these pieces of energy phase up here, and we might see a big snowstorm. So that's all I got for you right now. This video is way too long, so I'm going to cut it. But thank you for watching. Make sure you subscribe, like the video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Breaking news.
Breaking. Nancy Pelosi says she will not seek re-election to House Democratic leadership in the next Congress.
Speaking right now. Go to the top here. God, she's trash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Here we go.
Madam Speaker, as we gather here, we stand on sacred ground, the chamber of the United States House of Representatives, the heart of American democracy. I will never forget the first time I saw the Capitol. It was on a cold January day when I was 6 years old. My father, Thomas D'Alessandro Jr., was about to be sworn in for his 5th term in Congress, representing our beloved hometown of Baltimore. I was riding the car with my brothers, and they were thrilled and jumping up and down and saying to me, Nancy, look, there's the Capitol. And every time I'd say, I don't see any Capitol. Is it a capital A, a capital B, or a capital C?
Oh my God,
dude. And finally, I saw it.
Mediocre.
A stunning white building with a magnificent dome. I believed then, as I believe today, this is the most beautiful building in the world because of what it represents. The Capitol is a temple of our democracy, of our Constitution, of our highest ideals.
That happened.
On that day,
we made it up. It didn't happen. It's false. Wow.
On that.
What a fucking nightmare over here. They're all clapping for her. This is the problem.
On that day, I stood with my father on this floor as he took a sacred oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. All of us who have served in this House have taken the hallowed oath of office. And it is the oath that stitches us together in a long and storied heritage. Colleagues who served before us are all our colleagues. Colleagues like Abraham Lincoln, Daniel Webster, Shirley Chisholm, Patsy Mink, and our beloved John Lewis. Personally, it binds me as a colleague to my father, a proud New Deal congressman and one of the earliest Italian Americans to serve in the Congress. And this is an oath we are duty-bound to keep, and it links us with the highest aspirations of the ages. In this room, our colleagues across history have abolished slavery, granted women the right to vote, established Social Security and Medicare, offered a hand to the weak, care to the sick, education to the young, and hope to the many. Indeed, it is here, under the gaze of our patriarch, George Washington, in the People's House, that we have done the people's work. My colleagues, I stand before you as Speaker of the House, as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a devout Catholic, a proud Democrat, and a patriotic American, a citizen of the greatest republic in the history of the world. Which President Lincoln called the last best hope on earth. Indeed, in the words attributed to another of our colleagues, the legendary Daniel Webster, he said, "Hold on, my friends, to the Constitution of your country and the government established under it. Miracles do not cluster. That which has happened but once in 6,000 years cannot be expected to happen often." Indeed, American democracy is majestic, but it is fragile. Many of us here have witnessed its fragility firsthand, tragically, in this chamber. And so democracy must be forever defended from forces that wish it harm. Last week, the American people spoke, and their voices were raised in defense of liberty, of the rule of law, and of democracy itself. With these elections, the people stood in the breach and repelled the assault on democracy. They resoundingly rejected violence and insurrection, and in doing so, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Wow. And now we owe to the American people our very best to deliver on their faith, to forever reach for the more perfect union, the glorious horizon that our founders promised. The questions before this Congress and in this moment are urgent. Questions about the ideals that this House is charged by the Constitution to preserve and protect. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Our posterity, our children. Babies born today will live into the next century, and our decisions will determine their future for generations to come. While we will have our disagreements on policy, we must remain fully committed to our shared fundamental mission, to hold strong to our most treasured democratic ideals, to cherish the spark of divinity in each and every one of us, and to always put our country first. In their infinite wisdom, our founders gave us their guidance, e pluribus unum. From many one. They could not have imagined how large our country would become or how different we would be from one another. But they knew
they were slave owners.
We had to be united as
in their infinite wisdom.
One.
Wow, man.
We the people, one country, one destiny. It has been with great pride in my 35 years in the House I have seen this body grow more reflective of our great nation, our beautiful nation. When I came to the Congress in 1987, there were 12 Democratic women. Now there are over 90, and we want more.
I don't know how to do the Twitch shout out, actually. I don't know how to do that. What is that laugh, homie? Look at these cucks.
The new members of our Democratic caucus will be about 75% women, people of color, and LGBTQ. And we have brought more voices to the decision-making table. When I entered leadership in 2002, there were 8 of us. Today, there are 17 members of the leadership. When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker. In fact, I never...
Do it wrong?
In fact, I never intended to run for public office. Mommy and Daddy taught us through their example that public service is a noble calling and that we all have a responsibility to help others. In our family, my brother Tommy then became mayor of Baltimore also. But it's been my privilege to play a part in forging...
Could be like a beta thing that some people have and I don't. No parentheses.
Extraordinary progress
let me look it up.
for the American people. I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents, achieving historic investments in clean energy with President George Bush.
Oh, someone did it.
Transformative health care reform with President Barack Obama.
And then it's got to cool down. Why can't I do it?
And forging the future, from infrastructure to healthcare to climate action with President Joe Biden.
That's on the cool down.
Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. Scripture teaches us that for everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. My friends, no matter what title you all, my colleagues, have bestowed upon me, speaker, leader, whip, there is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution. And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility. Madam Speaker, standing here today, I'm endlessly grateful for all of life's blessings. For my Democratic colleagues whose courage and commitment with the support of your families have made many of these accomplishments possible. In fact, could not have been done without you. For my dear husband, Paul,
nap time for Nance,
who has been my beloved partner in life and my pillar of support, thank you. We're all grateful for all the prayers and well wishes as he continues his recovery. Thank you so much.
You go. Libs. Okay, let me try a shout out. Did it.
For our darling children, Nancy, Corinne, Christine, Jacqueline, Paul, and Alexandra, and our grandchildren, Alexander and Madeline, Liam, Sean, and Ryan, Paul and Thomas, Bella and Octavio. They are the joys of our lives, for whom and we are so very, very proud of them and a comfort to us at this time.
What is that?
And for my brilliant, dedicated, and patriotic staff, under the leadership of Terry McCullough, working together, the finest group of public servants the House has ever known. Thank you all so much.
Mediocre. Where's my button? Upset that my button doesn't work.
And again, for those who sent me here, for the people of San Francisco, for entrusting me with the high honor of being their voice in Congress. In this continued work, I will strive to honor the call of the patron saint of our city, St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. In this house, we begin each day with a prayer and a pledge to the flag. And every day, I am in awe of the majestic miracle that is American democracy. As we participate in a hallmark of our republic, the peaceful, orderly transition from one Congress to the next, let us consider the words of, again, President Lincoln, spoken during one of America's darkest hours. He called upon us to come together, to swell the chorus of the Union, when once again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. That, again, is the task at hand. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one, and always an unfinished mission to make the dreams of today the reality of tomorrow. Thank you all. May God bless you and your families, and may God continue to bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all so much.
From homemaker to House Speaker.
You gone. You go. Say goodbye. Next. On to the next one. You know, what's going to happen? I don't know. Who cares? It's going to be more of the same, right? Great. Nancy's gone. Mini W. Be gone. He's gone. I guess we're going to learn about some other Dem. Wonder if it'll be someone whose name I already know. It'll probably be AOC. What? Hey, guys. Hey, Matt. Hey, homie. What's up, Zach? Chap ditched us in some liberal stream and ran over here. Yeah? What stream? I'm not going to pull it up or anything. I'm just curious. Some liberal stream. Fuck liberals. Am I right with the liberals? Juice is loose. Yeah. All right. We've covered a lot of ground today. Oh, don't let me forget. Later on, we're going to be reading. Going to be reading from chapter 5? 6? Chapter 6 of Black Shirts and Reds. I think we skipped it yesterday. So I think we're on chapter 6. She was named Paprika-san or some other new agey thing. Yeah. Matt's BSing. I just rated what seems like an educational stream with someone with a master's in psychology trying to diversify that algorithm. Damn. There are like fewer and fewer people I like rating into these days. Are y'all going through something similar? Sometimes I'm just like, I might not raid. Otherwise, like, no, I just don't trust people's analysis anymore. My thing, I guess. Okay. On your radar. If I haven't done this yet, let's see if I've gotten everything today. On your radar. On your radar. On your radar. On your radar. We did it. I'm not going to do this. Okay, I've covered everything here that I want to cover. She was a former tarot card reader. Awesome. Awesome. That sounds like fun, huh? Okay. Guess we've done everything. Time to read. It's not even noon. Like anything else going on? Anything else that we need to talk? What's on your mind? Let's do Ask Me Anything. Ask me anything, chat. Let's do this. But don't be annoying. Go. Ask me anything. Where are we? What are we doing here? I don't know. How much you bench? Fucking so much, man. 30. 30. I do like pineapples on pizza. I don't give a shit. Balls. Balls? Yeah, balls. Correct. Have you read the mini manual of the Urban Gorilla? No. My favorite book. I don't know. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like the Bible. Chapo and GQ? They're in like GQ Mag? No, shut up. Those guys? I don't really have a favorite. I'm pretty much into them all, you know? I didn't see this. Is this worth reading? Today. The unapologetic leftist podcast helped reshape the terms of left-wing discourse in America. Now Chapo Trap House guys are reckoning with their influence and figuring out what comes next. Yo, figure it out. Is it one word or two? Whoever did the writing here. Being inconsistent. You love them all. They're all special in their own ways. You just started a minute ago. I don't see myself reading this. I don't see myself reading it. See the recent Brendan Fraser news? No. What do you mean? Up and coming actor Brendan Fraser? That guy's just like super wholesome, right? Let's go, Brendan Fraser. I should put that on a mug or something. Oh, no. Oh, right. He was groped in 2003 by like some like producer guy, right? Left Hollywood for the most part because of it. Is saying he won't go to the Golden Globes if he wins because it was some president there. Dude, he's awesome. Good for him. That's so awful what happened to him. Kind of stoked Pelosi's losing power. Yeah. That is great, right? I love that. She sucks. But, like, is anything... You know, is it going to be any better? That is just going to be the same. He was groped by, like, some producer guy, yeah. Or, like, Hollywood exec guy. I can't remember. But effectively, I don't think he got any support at the time, right? I guess he left Hollywood. But now he's coming back. He's apparently got a really good performance in that movie. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm sure McCarthy sucks, but Pelosi's rich as fuck. She's stepping down from leadership. So who's going to take them leadership spot? Okay. I think it's time to read then. We're on Black Shirts and Reds. We're on chapter 6. I love Venn diagrams. Command H, Command L. I got it. First time. All right, I'm looking for page 87. Here we go. I'm eventually going to post these all on my YouTube and probably put some Rev Lo-Fi on it. Yeah. Up Scarsick, welcome in. Terry Crews was groped once. These people have no bounds. People with unchecked power. Yep. It's top of the hour. I'm going to shill for myself. Please help me keep this content alive. I'm increasingly posting more and more content on YouTube, folks. That stuff, you know, it's good because it doesn't go away like the live stream does. So we're building a library of actually existing socialist content. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Okay. Into this. Okay. We're reading. Continuing to read from Michael Pareni's Black Shirts and Reds. This is chapter 6. The free market paradise goes east. Bear with me here. You know what? Hold on. Let's take a 5. Let's take a 5. I'm gonna smoke and hit the add button as well. And then we're gonna get into this. Okay, so Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss anything. It's going to run a couple minutes of ads, so stick around here, okay? But it's better I run the ad now than later. I don't want you to miss the perennial, okay? So stick around. Or buy a sub. You can buy a sub as well. If you buy a subscription, you never have to watch the ads on my channel. I do about 200 hours of entertainment and edutainment every month. I'm getting a lot of ad-free content. So that's a good thing. All right, I'm running the ad, and I'll be right back. You think Maoists don't love his critiques of China? That's fair. Thanks, Matt.
Michael Peretti,
I'm just going to stay right here and roll my stuff.
Titled Reagan and the Russian U.S. Intervention in the Cold War. If I can, I'd like to only momentarily come back to
the nature of capitalism that it must expand. A no-growth capitalism, as some of our more naive.
I might redo this one. I might redo this this Piss Perenni video because the audio sucks. I think I can get rid of a lot of that audio background if I threw it into Adobe Audition. I guess I didn't do that the first time I made this. This is the first Rev-Lo-Fi video I made. So I've like learned some stuff since then. There's also music. I don't like this track actually that starts. It's just like tacky. Like I'm not sure I like this vibe. So I might redo this one.
Ecologists have argued for is a contradiction in terms. The reason you invest is to accumulate. And your accumulation of capital has no purpose or meaning unless you can mix it with labor to yet increase your wealth further. And of course, you use large sums of it for personal consumption and for political power and for control of your culture and for that wonderful, good, happy life that you so like. As George Bush's wife said, we are millionaires, we are not ashamed of it, we enjoy our wealth. And I thought, enjoy our wealth. Finally, they say, instead of the usual thing is, you know, how we rich.
Thank you, Skelly, for the gift subbing.
And we're misjudged, and it's just terrible being rich. Can't hear. Okay, I wondered who that man was creeping up like that. Okay, can you hear me better now? Is it all right? It seems to be out of range, actually.
He always has something with a mic.
Microphone has a mind of its own.
Leftist audio.
Now, that nature of expansion really affects the nature of, it's an important imperative because it means capitalism also can never stay home. It goes abroad. If you ever saw the film Controlling Interest, there's a corporate president who says, those corporations that stayed regional in New England years ago and decided not to go national, we can't even remember their names. They died. We had to go national. And those of us who are now national know we have to go international. We have to invest abroad. So one of the laws of capitalist motion and development is this inexorable expansion. And that means expansion into an expropriation of the third world. A process that's been going on for about 400 years, perpetrated by the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Dutch, the Belgians, the French, the English, and most recently, most successfully, most impressively, by the Americans. That is by the ruling classes of these countries, not by the ordinary people. The ordinary people simply paid the costs of empire. The ordinary people simply sent their sons off to die on the plains of India or in the jungles of the Congo or in Latin America, wherever else. But that...
I think I recorded it. Oh, yeah, and I think there's like a... I think we get like a notification for a follow coming up.
Expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years.
Really is.
The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor. They have taken out of these countries. These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
Oh. Just so good. I've got a thing where I can't eat the same thing more than 2 nights in a row. I just can't do it anymore. I'm like, no. I'm bougie. In that sense, you know? 3 nights, you know? Motherfucker. Air fryer life. I gotta get in on that, yeah. You prefer eating be optional. Yeah. That line and the revolution that feeds the children gets my support are peak Perenni. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Instant Pot Plus the air fryer, yeah.
Hey guys.
Never use the stove anymore. I find that hard to believe that we would do that. Air fry falafel. Oh god. That does sound really nice. Okay. Let me check on my tent. Fucking perfect over there. 75 degrees. 50% humidity. Oh. Stay right there. All right, here we go. We're now reading from Chapter 6 of Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Parenti. The Free Market Paradise Goes East, Part 1. Capitalist restoration in the former communist countries has taken different forms. In Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, it involved the overthrow of communist governments. In China, it proceeded within the framework of a communist system, as seems to be happening in Vietnam, and perhaps will happen eventually in North Korea and Cuba. While the Chinese government continues under a nominally communist leadership, the process of private capital penetration goes on more or less unhindered. He said penetration. Corruption of the left. The anti-communists who took power in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union in 1989 through 91 set about to impose bourgeois dominance over political and cultural life, purging communists from government, the media, universities, professions, and courts. While presenting themselves as democratic reformers, they soon grew impatient with the way democratic forms of popular resistance limited their efforts to install an unrestrained free market capitalism. In Russia, associates of President Boris Yeltsin talked of the dangers of democracy and complained that most representative bodies have become a hindrance to our market reforms. Apparently, the free market, said by reformers to be the very foundation of political democracy, could not be introduced through democratic means. In 1992, the presidents of Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Russia demanded that their parliaments be suspended and they be allowed to rule by presidential decree, with repressive measures against hardliners and holdovers who resisted the free market reforms. Their goal was not power to the people, but profits to the privileged. This process of democratization via suppression began even before the actual overthrow of communism. In 1991, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, prodded by Russian President Yeltsin, announced that the Communist Party of the USSR no longer had legal status. The party's membership funds and buildings were confiscated. Workers were prohibited from engaging in any kind of political activities in the workplace. 6 leftist newspapers were suppressed, while all other publications, many of them openly reactionary, enjoyed uninterrupted distribution. The U.S. media, and even many on the U.S. left, hailed these acts of suppression as moving ahead with democratic reforms. Gorbachev then demanded that Soviet Congress abolish itself. It had remained too resistant to change. Actually, the Congress was not opposed to democratic debate and multi-party elections. These were already in practice. It resisted an unbridled free market capitalism, and for that reason would have to go. Gorbachev repeatedly cut off the microphones during debate and threatened single-handedly to abolish the Congress by emergency decree. He forced a vote 3 times until he got the desired abolition. These strong-arm methods were reported in the U.S. press without critical comment. What gave Yeltsin and Gorbachev the excuse to pursue this repressive course was the curious incident of August 1991, when a group of leaders, mouthing vague phrases about the deterioration of life in the Soviet Union, attempted an oddly orchestrated coup against the Gorbachev government, one that flopped over before it even got off the ground. Weeks later, the Washington Post noted happily that the defeat of the coup was a triumph for the Soviet moneyed class. Among the coup's militant opponents were private entrepreneurs and thousands of members of the Russian stock exchange who routinely made 20 times the average wage of ordinary Soviets. They headed onto, quote, the streets of Moscow to defend their right to the wheel and deal. The coup collapsed, democracy triumphed. Private businessmen contributed more than 15 million rubles to buy food and equipment for the defenders, end quote. One broker was struck by how few workers responded to Yeltsin's call to defend democracy. The boldness of this investor class in the face of an armed coup might have another explanation. A socialist critic of communism, Boris Kagarlitsky, argued, quote, in fact, there was no coup at all. Soldiers were unarmed and confused. The tanks called out were undirected, and the leaders of the so-called coup never even seriously tried to take power. The real coup, says Kagarlitsky, came in the aftermath when Boris Yeltsin used the incident to exceed his constitutional powers and dismantle the Soviet Union itself, absorbing all its powers into his own Russian Republic. While claiming to be undoing the old regime, Yeltsin overthrew the new democratic Soviet government of 89 to 91. In late 93, facing strong popular resistance to his harsh free market policies, Yeltsin went further. Excuse me, Mike. forcibly disbanded the Russian parliament and every other elected representative body in the country, including municipal and regional councils. He abolished Russia's constitutional court and launched an armed attack upon the parliamentary building, killing an estimated 2,000 resistors and demonstrators. Thousands more were jailed without charges or a trial, and hundreds of elected officials were placed under investigation. But gulags, am I right? Yeltsin banned labor unions from all political activities, suppressed dozens of publications, exercised monopoly control over all broadcast media, and permanently outlawed 15 political parties. Because of democracy. He unilaterally scrapped the Constitution and presented the public with a new one that gave the president near absolute power over policy while reducing the democratically elected parliament to virtual impotence. For these crimes, he was hailed as a defender of democracy by U.S. leaders and media. What they most liked about Yeltsin was that he never wavered in his support for privatization. I had no idea. No one's ever explained it to me like this. I am not like a Russia understander, but like, holy shit, no one's really explained it to me like this. Is anyone having a similar feeling right now? Like, wow. I knew some shit went down, but I wasn't this close to the details. All right, I got a deep dive on this, don't I? As I look back, I think I can see like a couple, 3-4 days where we've done maybe semi-deep dives on this, right? Okay. Reading up. Yeltsin, the Democrat, twice suspended publication of the Communist Party newspaper, Pravda. He charged it exorbitant rent for the use of its own facilities. Then in March of '92, he confiscated the paper's 12-story building and its press and turned full ownership over to Rossiyskaya Gazeta. That's a government or pro-Yeltsin newspaper. The USSR didn't collapse. It was subverted from within and sabotaged from without. Putin just had to do a handful of basic reforms to drastically improve workers' lot after Yeltsin. Right-wing radicalism of Yeltsin lends credence to my general assumptions about Putin. Okay. Yeltsin's elite Oman troops repeatedly attacked leftist demonstrators and pickets in Moscow and other Russian cities. Parliamentary Deputy Andriy Izerdzits, an independent, and Deputy Valentin Martemyanov, a communist, who both vigorously opposed the Yeltsin government, were victims of political assassination. In 1994, journalist Dmitry Kolodov, who was probing corruption in high places, was also assassinated. In 1996, Yeltsin won re-election as a president, beating out a serious challenge from a communist rival. His campaign was assisted by teams of U.S. elected advisors who used sophisticated polling techniques and focus groups. Yeltsin also benefited from multi-million-dollar donations from U.S. sources and a $10 billion aid package from the IMF and World Bank. Equally important for victory was the crooked counting of ballots, as cursorily reported in one ABC late evening news story in July of '96. Yeltsin exercised monopoly control over Russia's television networks, enjoying campaign coverage that amounted to non-stop promotionals. I'm lost. Lost. I went back a page. Okay. We'll start again from here. Yeltsin exercised monopoly control over Russia's television networks, enjoying campaign coverage that amounted to non-stop promotionals. In contrast, opposition candidates were reduced to non-persons, giving only fleeting exposure, if that. Yeltsin's re-election was hailed in the West as a victory for democracy. In fact, it was a victory for private capital and monopoly media, which is not synonymous with democracy, though often treated as such by U.S. leaders and opinion makers. Yeltsin's commitment to capitalism is not democracy. In March of '96, several months before the election, when polls showed him trailing the communist candidate Gennady Zyuganov, Yeltsin ordered decrees drawn up, quote, that would have canceled the election, closed down parliament, and banned the Communist Party. He was dissuaded by advisors who feared the measures might incite too much resistance. Though he decided not to call off the election, quote, Yeltsin was never committed to turning over the government to a communist if he lost. Side note here. These U.S. political consultants operated in strict secrecy, lest they be seen as interfering in Russian affairs, which indeed they were. They advised Yeltsin against making extended speeches and urged more sound bites and photo opportunities. They pointed issues and images he could exploit and ones he should avoid. Political scientist Larry Sabato, who long opposed the involvement of U.S. consultants in foreign elections, observed that Americans could be stripped of their citizenship for voting in a foreign election. Why then should it be acceptable to influence millions of votes in a foreign election? I would add that no foreigners allowed to contribute money to U.S. candidates or work on their campaign staffs. But U.S. leaders can send large sums and secret teams of consultants to manipulate and sway foreign elections. Just another example of the double standard under which the U.S. policy operates. Are you Russia Gate, anybody? This is what, U.S. Gate? But of course, we never post our L's. Not we. Our owning and ruling classes. We should deep dive. We should. That would be a cool project, homie. If you're looking at something to riff on. Yeah. Be a cool project. Oh, that'd be fun. Want to make a documentary? I think I've got like the itch to make a documentary. You know what I mean? We need more documentaries that like deep dive into these things and package it up in a nice little tidy way. You're in, Ross? Let's do it. That or a podcast about communism and the FSSR. Yeah. I want to do something where I do video, though. But we can make it like a podcast. I don't know what I mean. We can just do audio. Is there a way to just do audio? Probably have enough podcasts about communism. Hey, Nice. I don't know. Are there? All right. Let's plant that seed. Let's plant that seed. I think there's...
Well, you little commie.
There may be already podcasts or shows or documentaries or whatever about this, but it's just like, are they covering it from the right angle? Are they bringing materialist analysis to it? Are they doing dialectic? I mean, like, so hard sometimes to like look into things again. Like, you pull up YouTube videos about something and you're like, am I being propagandized? Whose narrative is this? Amy Young, welcome in. Is there any podcast on the kind of systems that will be established to replace money, a contributor to inequality? Is there any kind of podcast about that? What society would be like post-money, specifically? Maybe you would let you. Have you read? I don't know. I don't know. But that question leads me to wonder if you've read the book by David Graeber. It's called Debt. And he's like he's like a what? He's like a sociologist. What's his title? And he like does a or like an academic look into the ways that different peoples have treated the idea of debt or debts, money, stuff like that. Really fascinating. He does a talk at Google where he talks about it, and he's got this coffee cup. Funny. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know how to. If anyone knows, let me know, chat. Anthropologist. Thank you. Yeah. If you prefer video, you could check out that video. It's on YouTube. Matt Christman did a bunch of vlogs about the Graeber book that could be a good companion to the book. Cool. You haven't seen many videos on it. But yeah, it's called, I think, 500 Years of Debt. Something like that. The first 500 years, debt. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what that's called. You replace money by eliminating the need for it. Decommodify stuff. Demonopolize resources. Money is just an accounting tool. Yeah. Exactly. Cool. Okay. Reading on. During the 1996 campaign, Yeltsin and his associates repeatedly announced that a communist victory would bring civil war. In effect, they were voicing their willingness to discard democracy and resort to force and violence if the election did not go their way. Nor was it taken as an idle threat. At one point, surveys showed that about half the population believed that civil war would result if the communists won. Through all of this, Yeltsin received vigorous support from the White House and the U.S. media. An editorial in The Nation asked, What if a popularly elected communist president in Russia had pursued Yeltsin's harsh policies of privatization, plunging his country into poverty, turning over most of its richest assets to a small segment of previous communist officials, suppressing dissident elements, using tanks to disband a popularly elected parliament that opposed his policies, rewriting the constitution to give himself almost dictatorial power, and doing all the other things Yeltsin has done. Would U.S. leaders enthusiastically devote themselves to the re-election of this communist president and remain all but silent about his transgressions? Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. That part hits really hard. That's a fucking good question there, Perenni. You know what I want? I want to bring him up over here. Check this out. I got a button that I think does this. Look at him. Yeah, buddy. You'll go down there. Feels like you're with us. Right, but when I do Rev Lo-Fi, I do the Rev Lo-Fi, you're going to be in the wrong spot. Call this my picture-in-picture. Oh, where it is. Sorry, quick. Oh, it's in a different scene. It's nested. Feels like you're with us, buddy. All right. Do we like this? Is this stupid? I don't care. Leave me alone. All right. Reading on. The question is posed rhetorically. The Nation editorial presumes that the answer is no. In fact, I would respond, yes, of course, U.S. leaders would have no trouble supporting this communist president, for he would be communist in name only. In actual deed, he would be a devoted agent of capitalist restoration. One need only look at how successive administrations in Washington have cultivated friendly relations with the present communist leaders in China, overlooking and even explaining away their transgressions. As China's leaders open their country to private investment and growing economic inequality, they offer up a dispossessed labor force ready to work double-digit hours for subsistence pay and enormous profit for the multinationals. U.S. politico-economic leaders know what they're doing, even if some editorial writers in this country do not. Their eye is on the money, not the color of the vessel it comes in. The overthrow of communism, free market right-wing forces in the various Eastern European countries enjoyed significant financial and organizational assistance from U.S.-financed agencies such as the NED, the AFL-CIO's Free Trade Union Institute, a group intimately linked to the CIA, and the Free Congress Foundation, an organization with an anti-communist and conservative religious ideology. Communists and other Marxists endured political repression throughout Eastern Europe. In East Germany, the Party of Democratic Socialism had its property and offices, paid for by party members, seized in an attempt to bankrupt it. In Latvia, the communist activists Alfreds Rubriks, who protested the inequalities of free market reform, has been kept in prison for years without benefit of trial. In Lithuania, communist leaders were tortured and then imprisoned for long durations. Georgia's anti-communist president Zavaid Gamsakhurdia incarcerated opponents from some 70 political groups without granting them a trial. Yeah. Estonia held free elections in which 42% of the population was prohibited from voting because of their Russian, Ukrainian, or Belarusian antecedents. Russians and other minorities were excluded from many jobs and faced discrimination in housing and in schools. Latvia also disenfranchised Russians and other non-Latvian nationals, many of whom had lived in the country for almost half a century. So much for the flowering of democracy. One-way democracy. More important than democratic rule was free market reform, a code word for capitalist restoration. As long as democracy could be used to destabilize one-party communist rule, it was championed by the forces of reaction. But when democracy worked against free market restoration, the outcome was less tolerated. In 1990, Bulgaria, capitalist restoration did not go according to plan. Despite generous financial and organizational assistance from U.S. sources, including the Free Congress Foundation, the Bulgarian conservatives ended up a poor second to the communists. In what Western European observers judged to be a fair and open election. Followed was a coordinated series of strikes, demonstrations, economic pressure, acts of sabotage, and other disruptions reminiscent of CIA-orchestrated campaigns against left governments in Chile, Jamaica, Nicaragua, and British Guyana. Within 5 months, the free market oppositionists forced the democratically elected communist government to resign. Bulgarian communists complained that the U.S. had violated democratic principles in working against freely elected officials. Same pattern emerged in Albania, where the democratically elected communist government won an overwhelming victory at the polls, only to face demonstrations, a general strike, economic pressure from abroad, and campaigns of disruption financed by the NED. Where am I? Lost my spot. Do that again. Financed by the NED and other U.S. sources. After 2 months, the communist government collapsed. Once the right took power, a new law was passed denying Albanian communists and other opponents of capitalist restoration the right to vote or otherwise participate in political activities. As a reward for having extended democratic rights to all citizens, the Albanian communists and all former state employees and judges were stripped of their civil rights. In the 96 Albanian elections, the socialists and other opposition parties, who had been predicted to do well, withdrew from the election hours before the poll closed in protest of the blatantly rigged vote. Election monitors from the European Union and the United States said they witnessed numerous instances of police intimidation and the stuffing of ballot boxes. The Socialist Party had its final campaign rally banned, and a number of prominent leaders barred from running for office because of their past communist affiliations. When the Socialists and their allies tried to hold protest rallies, they were attacked by Albanian security forces who beat and severely injured dozens of demonstrators. Openly anti-Semitic groups, crypto-fascist parties, and hate campaigns surfaced in Russia, Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, Belarus, Czechoslovakia, and Romania. Museums that commemorated the heroic anti-fascist resistance were closed down, and monuments to the struggle against Nazism were dismantled. In countries like Lithuania, former Nazi war criminals were exonerated. Some even compensated for the years they'd spent in jail. Jewish cemeteries were desecrated, and xenophobic attacks against foreigners of darker hue increased. With the communists no longer around, Jews and foreigners were all blamed for low crop prices, inflation, crime, and all other social ills. On June 11, 1995, Lech Walesa's personal pastor, Father Henryk Jankowski, declared during a mass in Warsaw that the Star of David is implicated in the swastika as well as in the hammer and sickle, and that the diabolic aggressiveness of the Jews was responsible for the emergence of communism and for World War II. The priest added that Poles should not tolerate governments made up of people who are tied to Jewish money. Walesa, who was present during the sermon, declared that his friend Jankowski was not an anti-Semite, but simply misinterpreted. Rather than retracting his comments, Jankowski spewed forth the same bile in a subsequent television interview. I'm going to get this off the screen. That didn't work out. Spewed forth the same bile in a subsequent TV interview. At about that time, placards that read, "Jews to the gas" and "Down with the Jewish Communist Conspiracy" were visible at a Polish solidarity demonstration of 10,000 in Warsaw, earning not a censorious word from church or state authorities. Sounds like an anti-Semite to me. I think so. The economic policies of the fascist Pinochet regime in Chile were openly admired by the newly installed capitalist government in Hungary. In 1991, leading political figures and economists from soon-to-be-abolished USSR attended a seminar on Chilean economics in Santiago and enjoyed a cordial meeting with mass murderer General Pinochet. The Chilean dictator was also accorded a friendly interview in Literaturnaya Gazeta, a major Russian publication. Yeltsin's former security chief, Alexander Lebed, is a Pinochet admirer. Instead of being transformed into capitalist states, some communist notions were entirely obliterated as political entities. Besides the obvious example of the Soviet Union, there is the German Democratic Republic, or East Germany, which was absorbed into the Federal Republic of Germany. South Yemen was militarily attacked and crushed by North Yemen. Ethiopia was occupied by Tigrayan and Eritrean forces that imprisoned a large number of Ethiopians without trial, expropriated Ethiopian property, suppressed Ethiopian education, business, and news media, and imposed a system of enforcement of tribalism in political organization and education. Systematic enforcement of tribalist political organization might well describe Yugoslavia's fate, a nation that was fragmented by force of arms into a number of small conservative republics under the suzerainty of the Western powers. With that dismemberment came a series of powers, repressions, and atrocities committed by all contending sides. One of Yugoslavia's first breakaway republics was Croatia. In 1990, it was taken over by a rightist coterie, including some former Nazi collaborators. Backed by the armed might of the proto-fascist National Guard Corps, under a constitution that relegated Serbs, Jews, Gypsies, and Muslims to second-class status. Serbs were driven from the civil service and police, evicted from their homes, had their businesses taken away from them, and were subjected to special property taxes. Serbian newspapers in Croatia were suppressed. Many Serbs were forced from the land they had inhabited for 3 centuries. Still, Croatia was hailed by its Western backers as a newborn democracy. In 1996, Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko, a self-professed admirer of Adolf Hitler's organizational skills, shut down the independent newspapers and radio stations and decreed the opposition parliament defunct. Lukashenko was awarded absolute power in a referendum that claimed an inflated turnout, with no one knowing how many ballots were printed or how they were counted. Some opposition leaders fled for their lives. Quote, once a rich Soviet republic that produced tractors and TVs, Belarus is now a basket case, with a third of the population living in deep poverty. Must we adore Václav Havel? No figure among the capitalist restorationists in the East has won more adulation from U.S. officials, media pundits, and academics than Václav Havel, a playwright who became the first president of post-communist Czechoslovakia and later president of the Czech Republic. The many left-leaning people who also admire Havel seem to have overlooked some things about him. his reactionary religious obscure. What is my problem with this word? Obscurantism, his undemocratic suppression of leftist opponents, and his profound dedication to economic inequality and an unrestrained free market capitalism. Raised by governesses and chauffeurs in a wealthy and fervently anti-communist family, Havel denounced democracy's cult of objectivity and statistical average, and the idea that rational collective social efforts should be applied to solving the environmental crisis. He called for a new breed of political leader who would rely less on rational cognitive thinking, show humility in the face of mysterious order of being, and trust in his own subjectivity as his principal link with the subjectivity of the world. Apparently, this new breed of leader would be a superior elitist cogitator, not unlike Plato's philosopher king, endowed with a sense of transcendental responsibility and archetypal wisdom. Havel never explained how this transcendent archetypal wisdom could translate into actual policy decisions, and for whose benefit, and at whose expense. Havel called for efforts to preserve the Christian family and the Christian nation, presenting himself as a man of peace and stating that he would never sell arms to oppressive regimes. He sold weapons to the Philippines and the fascist regime in Thailand. In June of 1994, General Pinochet, the man who butchered Chilean democracy, was reported to be arms shopping in Czechoslovakia, with no audible objections from Havel. Havel joined wholeheartedly in George Bush's Gulf War, an enterprise that killed over 100,000 Iraqi civilians. In 1991, along with other Eastern European leaders, European pro-capitalist leaders, my brain's breaking, Havel voted with the United States to condemn human rights violations in Cuba. But he has never uttered a word of condemnation of rights violations in El Salvador, Colombia, Indonesia, or any other U.S. client state. In 1992, while president of Czechoslovakia, Havel, the great Democrat, demanded that Parliament be suspended and he be allowed to rule by edict, the better to ram through free market reforms. That same year, he signed a law that made the advocacy of communism a felony with a penalty of up to 8 years imprisonment. He claimed the Czech constitution required him to sign it. In fact, as he knew, the law violated the Charter of Human Rights, which is incorporated into the Czech constitution. In any case, it did not require his signature to become law. In 1995, he supported and signed another undemocratic law barring communists and former communists from employment in public agencies. Propagation of anti-communism remained a top priority for Havel. He led a frantic international campaign to keep in operation 2 U.S.-financed Cold War radio stations, Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, so they could continue saturating Eastern Europe with their anti-communist propaganda. Under Havel's government, a law was passed making it a crime to propagate national, religious, and class hatred. In effect, criticisms of big-moneyed interests were now illegal, being unjustifiably lumped with ethnic and religious bigotry. Havel's government warned labor unions not to involve themselves in politics. Militant unions had their property taken away from them and handed over to compliant company unions. In 1995, Havel announced that the revolution against communism would not be complete until everything was privatized. Havel's government liquidated the properties of the Socialist Union of Youth, which included campsites, recreational halls, and cultural and scientific facilities for children, putting the properties under the management of 5 joint stock companies at the expense of the youth who were left to roam the streets. Hey guys. Welcome in, Left is Best. Under Czech privatization and restitution programs, factories, shops, estates, homes, and much of the public land was sold at bargain prices to foreign and domestic capitalists. In the Czech and Slovak republics, former aristocrats or their heirs were being given back all the lands that their families had held before 1918 under the Austro-Hungarian Empire, dispossessing the previous occupants and sending many of them into destitution. Havel himself took personal ownership of public properties that had belonged to his family 40 years before. While presenting himself as a man dedicated to doing good for others, he did well for himself. For these reasons, some of us do not have warm, fuzzy feelings toward Václav Havel. Wow. How many pages left in this chapter? It's almost snack time for Dan, you know? Dan needs a snack. Oh, it's right click, left click. I finally figured this out. Colonizing the East. Once the capitalist restorationists in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union took state power, they worked hard to make sure that the new order of corporate plunder, individual greed, low wages, mindless pop culture, and limited electoral democracy would take hold. They set about dismantling public ownership of production and the entire network of social programs that once served the public. They integrated the erstwhile communist countries into the global capitalist system by expropriating their land, labor, natural resources, and markets, swiftly transforming them into impoverished third world nations. All this was hailed in the U.S. corporate-owned press as a great advance for humanity. Former communist nations are becoming recolonized by Western capital. Most of their foreign trade now is controlled by multinational corporations. Like third world countries, they are increasingly deprived of each other's markets. The once heavily and mutually beneficial commerce between them has been reduced to a trickle as their economies get tied into the investment and extricative needs of global capitalism. Instead of mutual development, they are now experiencing the maldevelopment imposed by global monopoly capital. Multinational corporations are moving into Russia to exploit vast oil and natural gas reserves and rich mineral deposits at great profit to themselves and with little benefit to the Russian people. Over the protests of U.S. and Russian environmentalists, U.S. timber interests with financial support from a venture fund sponsored by the Pentagon are preparing to clear-cut the Siberian wilderness, a region that holds 1/5 of the planet's forests and is the habitat of many rare species. All aid to the former communist countries is funneled into the private sector. As noted in The Guardian in '94, the hundreds of millions of dollars spawned by Western aid programs have mainly benefited the Western companies which headed east to board the aid gravy train. When Romania inaugurated an over-the-top market for trading privatization shares, the $20 million in startup costs were largely covered by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. In '96, the International Monetary Fund extended a $10.2 billion loan to Russia, with terms calling for the privatization of agriculture and other state-owned assets, and the elimination of human service and fuel subsidies. U.S. aid is used to help private investors buy public properties and extract publicly owned raw materials from Eastern European countries under the most favorable investment conditions. With the advent of private investment in the East, production did not grow as promised but dropped drastically. Hundreds of the more attractive and solvent state enterprises have been privatized, often given away at token prices to foreign investors, while other state firms are decapitalized or driven into bankruptcy. Between 89 and 95 in what is now the Czech Republic, nearly 80% of all enterprises were privatized, and industrial production shrank by 2/3. Privatization in Poland caused production to shrink 1/3 between 89 and 92. Vast electronic and high-tech complexes in East Germany, employing tens of thousands of workers, have been taken over by giant West German firms and then closed down. Under privatization, much of the former Soviet Union's scientific and technical infrastructure is disintegrating, along with its physical plants. Since going private, ZIL, the huge Moscow plant, saw its production of trucks slump from 150,000 to 13,000 a year, with almost 40% of the workforce laid off. In April 96, the remaining workers petitioned the Russian government to take back control of ZIL. In the past, ZIL workers and their relatives had unshakably safe jobs at the factory. They lived in apartments and attended schools provided by ZIL. As babies, they spent their days at the ZIL daycare center, and when ill, were attended to by ZIL doctors. I was raised in a country that cared about its workers," said one machinist who was now sorry he had opposed the system. Macedonia, one of the breakaway republics of Yugoslavia, a labor representative noted, "Privatization seems to mean the destruction of our companies." Macedonians seemed more troubled by free market economic hardships than by the much publicized ethnic rivalries. They complained about how work has taken over their lives. No one has time to care about others. There's no time even for oneself, only time for making money. Agricultural output of grain, corn, livestock, and other products plummeted in the former communist countries, as thousands of cooperative farms were forcibly broken up. The new private farmers have small plots, often cannot get loans, seeds, fertilizer, or machinery, and are rapidly losing their holdings or reverting to subsistence farming. Hungary's agricultural cooperatives had been one sector of the socialist economy that performed well, but with privatization, farm output tumbled 40% in 1993. A drastic deterioration in agricultural production occurred in Bulgaria, once considered the breadbasket of Eastern Europe, causing a severe bread shortages by 96. Bulgaria was also suffering from a 20% monthly inflation and was sinking into that familiar cycle of foreign debt, cutting back on services to qualify for IMF loans, borrowing to pay off past borrowing. Hey, it's top of the hour. I'm going to shill for myself. Please support my channel.
Love your
Help
face.
me keep it alive. It relies on support from viewers like yourself. You got a couple dollars around. If you're able to make ends meet, and if you got a couple bucks laying around, if you're in a position to give, I'm in a position to receive. I appreciate you and your support very much. Reading on. Where did I leave off? I'm just going to go with a quote. I'm going to go with the next. Thanks, Left is Best. Gifted one. All right. Reading on. I really appreciate your support, y'all. Love your face. Just dropped by. Got a gift subby. You love to see it. 1992, the Lithuanian government decreed that former owners and their descendants could reclaim property confiscated during the socialist era. As a result, tens of thousands of farming families, about 70% of the rural population, were evicted from land they had worked for over half a century, destroying the country's agricultural base in the process. Much production in East Germany was dismantled to prevent competition with West German firms. This was especially evident when collective agriculture was broken up to protect the heavily subsidized and less productive private farms of West Germany. Without making compensation, West German capitalists grabbed almost all the socialized property in the GDR, including factories, mills, farms, and apartments, and other real estate, and the medical care system, assets worth about $2 trillion, in what amounted to the largest expropriation of public wealth by private capital in European history. Wow. The end result of all this free market privatization in East Germany is that rents, once 5% of one's income, have climbed to as much as 2/3. Likewise, the cost of transportation, childcare, healthcare, and higher education have soared beyond the reach of many. East Germans of various political stripes have a number of complaints. A. The net money flow has been east to west, in what amounts to a colonization of the East. B. The free market is a myth. The West German economy is heavily subsidized and fully regulated, but against the interests of the East. C. West German police are much more brutal than were the East German police. D. If West Germany had denazified everywhere near as thoroughly as it forced the East to desocialize, it would be a totally different country. On that last point, it should be noted that German officials are bringing criminal charges against those who collaborated with the GDR of East Germany in any official capacity, including even teachers and minor administrators. Hemorrhages from communist states are astonished by the amount of bureaucracy they found in the West. Soviet immigrants to Canada complained, independently of each other, that bureaucracy here was even worse than at home. East Germans living in the West were staggered by the flood of complicated forms they had to fill out for taxes, health insurance, life insurance, unemployed compensation, job retraining, rent subsidies, and bank accounts. Furthermore, quote, because of the kind of personal information they had to give, they felt more observed and spied on than they were by the Stasi. Soviet Jews who emigrated to Israel during the Cold War era experienced a similar disillusionment with the difficulties of life and lack of idealism. The discouraging letters they sent home were considered an important factor in the drop in immigration from the USSR to Israel. With the capitalist restoration in full swing, the peoples of the former communist nations had ample opportunity to learn what life was like in the free market paradise. Their experiences are detailed in the next chapter. Brings us to the end of chapter 6. Considering reading on, I don't know. But I'd like a snack. I'd like to have a break. Either way, I need a break. So I'm going to run the ad, take a break, etc., etc. Stick around, don't go anywhere. I don't know. I think the stream's going to continue. I can't run the ad, so we'll be back in a few minutes.
People, that's us, of a rich country give money to the rich people of a poor country. And when Kenneth Boulding gets up and he says, an economist, and you can see when you get brilliant people like Kenneth Boulding speaking so naively, you can see the troubles you get into, the swamps you go into, the baby talk silliness you get into when you think without Marx, when you think without class analysis. And Kenneth Boulding says, one of America's leading economists, he says, empire is irrational because it costs more than what we get out of it. The British, it cost them more in India than what they got out of it. The American investment in the Philippines is only about $3.5 billion, but we had to give them about $6 billion in aid. It costs us more than what we get out of it. And that's when you think without a class analysis. Because as we know, as you're going to know before the evening's over, that it's very profitable. Because the people who have the $3 billion investment aren't the same ones as the people who paid the $6 billion. As Thorsten Veblen said back in 1909, and Boulding should have read him even if he is a Marxist, as Veblen said, the wealth that's extracted from imperialism goes into the coffers of the select few, whereas the costs of empire are paid out of the common treasure of the people. And so it was with the British Empire in India. It was the Brits, the ordinary working people, who paid for the cost of empire. It was the Bank of England and the East India Trading Company that got the cream. And so with the Philippines, right? Of course, with a good skim to your collaborator, your comprador there. What he got just in shoes. For his wife. God knows his shoes for his girlfriends. Okay. Another resource in the third world that attracts capital investment. And you say to yourself, what is that mysterious resource? I'm looking at El Salvador, right? And I'm looking at the companies that are in El Salvador. And I look and I see Pillsbury, Procter & Gamble, U.S. Steel, Continental, ITT, Firestone, Ford. I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, what the hell's in El Salvador? Little sugar, bananas. What are all these companies doing there? What they're doing is they're manufacturing everything from energy rods to baking powder, from auto tires to computers. They're in El Salvador because of a very precious resource in El Salvador, which is the cheap labor, which is paying people 50 cents an hour. Instead of having to pay auto workers $15 an hour up here, you go down there and you pay them 15 cents or 50 cents an hour. That becomes a very attractive thing. And you go to South Korea. New York Times had a story about the South Korean farm girls who work in the textile companies that used to be in New England until they moved south. And then when the Southern workers unionized, they moved to South Korea, where there's a nice fascist little country where if the workers try to unionize, they get beaten up and thrown in jail or they get shot dead. And the Korean farm girls in those textile compounds are working for 18 cents an hour. 18 cents an hour for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. No time off. And if you want a day off, you work a double shift if you want to go see your family again on the farm. And they live in compounds. That's the Industrial Revolution. That's 1870s. But that's big profit. And that's what they call capital investment, development, friendly nation, staunch ally, good relations, stabilization, stability. And General Motors, when they tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that they've got to pave over Detroit and they've got to close down factories because the cars aren't selling as well as they should, what they don't tell you is that in the last 10 years, General Motors has opened up a dozen new factories in other countries for the reasons I just talked about. So here's another resource. This, in fact, is the key resource, the resource which is the source of wealth, along with natural resources, which is labor. Because one thing about labor, it's one of the commodities of production. It's the one commodity that does not use up its own value entirely in that process of production. It creates wealth. Now there's another development, though, that's come with all of this. And that other development is that revolutionary movements have been emerging all around the world, these competing social orders. And so they must be targeted. Now, the United States has given a number of reasons for why, Ronald Reagan has most vividly recently, for why we must go on with our military buildup and our intervention in third world, why we must attack countries like Nicaragua, why we must oppose guerrilla movements in El Salvador, why we must try to overthrow Afghanistan, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and various other countries where the forces of social change are taking place. And the reason they give is the freedom of the people there for democracy. We are in Central America to defend democracy. Well, a moment's reflection would raise some serious questions about that hypothesis, because it becomes clear that in fact the U.S. government has a record in recent years of overthrowing democracy. In Chile, Salvador Allende, elected in a free and open election, was overthrown. 10,000 people were executed. Tens of thousands of others were driven into exile. Others have been put in prison. And you have one of the worst fascist dictatorships, all with the support of the United States, which after Allende's election cut off all aid except to the Chilean military. In Guatemala in 1954, the Arbenz government was instituted, and Arbenz legalized all student organizations. Students were very powerful. The first democratically elected president of Guatemala. Arbenz legalized trade unions, opposition newspapers, and then he started doing some very dangerous things. He began to nationalize the unused land of United Fruit Company. And that's when U.S. corporations and the CIA went in and overthrew Arbenz. And that's a matter of public record, by the way. The CIA, the Eisenhower administration, admits that. Eisenhower proudly boasted of how the CIA overthrew Arbenz because he was a serious leftist influence. And so with Mossadegh in Iran, so with Goulad in Brazil, so with Bosch in the Dominican Republic, so with a variety of other democratic leaders, at least 6 or 7 in Latin America, who were overthrown, generals brought in with the aid and assistance of the U.S. government. So it can't be that we're there to foster democracy. We seem to also make war against democracy. And in addition, we support some of the worst dictators. If Reagan is really against tyranny, if he really hates tyranny, why doesn't he send freedom fighters into Paraguay or Chile or South Africa? Why doesn't he start sabotaging there, putting a squeeze on them? In fact, the whole fight with Libya might be less of a mystery if you understand that really the worst thing about Colonel Gaddafi, who is a kind of a strange guy in some ways, but not as strange as the media has made him out. He has called, and you don't know this, most of you who laugh, he has called repeatedly for negotiations between him and Reagan, for peaceful negotiations, for peaceful settlement of all disputes, and the Reagan administration has repeatedly rebuffed those overtures. That isn't put in the press. I'm not blaming you for not knowing it. You're not going to read it in that rag that I saw out there, that Colorado thing that said terrorist targets hit in Libya. He has done that, and he's done some other things which make him really dangerous. It's not the terrorism. It's not the attack on the Vienna and Berlin airports, for which they have no proof that Libya was involved, and which they have proof that the terrorists came out of Syria. The troublesome thing about Gaddafi is that when he took over in 1969, he took over a country that was like Saudi Arabia, a country of mass misery, a lot of rich oil that went into the pockets of a few rich. And when his colonel's revolution took over, they got rid of the rich. They took all their extra houses and gave them to the poor. They put out a land reform program. They put out a public free school program. They started a national health medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. He planted 40 million trees and started massive irrigation and ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world. He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenues and reinvested them into the needs of his own people.
Just stop there. Well, oh well. Do we want to get back into this? Do we want to just come back tomorrow? I just ate myself a sandwich. Got a sandwich. What the kids call a sandwich. Y'all like sandwiches? Bread and stuff. Keep reading, you're enjoying? All right, maybe. Weenus of lore, maybe. The maybe. Not a no. Okay. It's a maybe. I just want to see if there's anything else going on that I want to check into. Otherwise, I might see myself reading another chapter. Chapter 7. Yeah, I'm big into Sammy's. Big. I had a PB&J. PB&J. The strawberry J. Get the jelly! Right, we talked about Pelosi. He's dead. I'm just kidding. I was fucking around. Cat's flipping out. You don't have to do that. You're gonna be fine. Okay. I can see myself getting back into it. How much excitement do we have for this? I know Weenus of Lore is excited to get back into Perenni. Anyone else? Give me a 69 in chat if you want to get back into the Perenni. 69. Let's see those 69s, huh?
Nice. Nice. Nice.
All right. All right. 4, including Weenus of Lore. All right. I'm going to enjoy a beverage while I do this then. Y'all ready? We're going to keep going then. Oh my God, that was so close. That's why my drinks go in a specific spot. That's why I have a rule. Don't break the rule, Dan. Gotta stick to your rules. You have rules to your life, okay? I was so close to spilling it on my keyboard. Oh my God. My really nice keyboard.
Nice.
Love my keyboard. Don't want to... I actually got some drips on it. But I can manage. I can manage. All right, Liar Judas, you're like a minute and a half late, but I like the energy. It's fine. Not mad. I'm not mad or disappointed. I love it. Let's go. All right, I'm making a mess. But it could have been a lot worse. Oh, cool. You're a fan of Rob Rousseau. I love Rob. I love Rob. Speaking peripherals, the new glorious i2 mouse. Hold on, I think I need. I'm on the market for a mouse. Really quickly, hold on. Really quickly. i2 mouse. Oh no. I need my buttons on the side. I just need these buttons. I cannot get rid of the buttons. It's wireless, but you can go wired when needed. I can't do it. I need I got 12 buttons on the side. I need at least All 12. It's like so important to me. It's pretty good though. I need $100. $100. $100, huh? Hey, y'all ready? We are reading from Michael Parenti's Black Shirts and Reds. This is chapter 7. The Free Market Paradise Goes East, part 2. Free market propagandists in the former communist countries claimed that, as capital was privatized and accumulated in a few hands, production would be stimulated and prosperity would be at hand. But first, there would be a difficult period to go through. The difficult period is proving to be far more severe and protracted than predicted, and may well be the permanent condition of capitalist restoration. This is Yoshimi. Gonna help me do some reading. For Vipers and Bloodsuckers. In 1990, the Soviet Union was preparing for its fatal plunge into the free market paradise. Bruce Gelb, head of the United States Information Agency, told a reporter that the Soviets would benefit economically from U.S. business education because, quote, the vipers, the bloodsuckers, the middlemen, that's what needs to be rehabilitated in the Soviet Union. That's what makes our kind of country click. Today, the former communist countries and China are clicking away with vipers and bloodsuckers. Thousands of luxury cars have appeared on the streets of Moscow and Prague. Rents and real estate prices have skyrocketed. Numerous stock exchanges have sprung up in China and Eastern Europe, 16 in the former USSR alone. And a new class of investors, speculators, and racketeers are wallowing in wealth. The professed goal is no longer to provide a better life for all citizens, but to maximize the opportunities for individuals to accumulate personal fortunes. More opulence for the few creates more poverty for the many. As one female journalist in Russia put it, every time someone gets richer, I get poorer. In Russia, the living standard of the average family's fallen almost by half, since the market reforms took hold. A report from Hungary makes the same point. Quote, while the new rich live in villas with Mercedes parked in a garage, the number of poor people has been growing. As socialist Vietnam opens itself to foreign investment and the free market, gaps between rich and poor have widened rapidly, and, quote, the quality of education and healthcare for the poor has deteriorated. Prosperity has come only to a privileged few in Vietnam, leading to an enormous class structure that is at odds with the country's professed egalitarian ideals. The emerging free market paradise of Russia and Eastern Europe, price deregulation produced not competitive prices, but prices set by private monopolies, adding to the galloping inflation. Beggars, pimps, dope pushers, and other hustlers ply their trades as never before. There has been a dramatic rise in unemployment, homelessness, air and water pollution, prostitution, spousal abuse, child abuse, and just about every other social ill. In countries like Russia and Hungary, as widely reported in the U.S. press, the suicide rate has climbed by 50% in a few years. Reductions in fuel service brought about by rising prices and unpaid bills have led to a growing number of deaths or serious illnesses among the poor and the elderly during the long winters. In Russia, doctors and nurses in public clinics are now grossly underpaid. Free health clinics are closing. More than ever, hospitals suffer from unsanitary conditions and shortages of disposable syringes, needles, vaccines, and modern equipment. Many hospitals have no hot water. Some, no water at all. The deterioration of immunization programs and health standards has allowed polio to make a serious comeback, along with tuberculosis, cholera, diphtheria, dysentery, and sexually transmitted diseases. Drug addiction has risen sharply. Quote, Russia's hospitals are struggling to treat increasing numbers of addicts with decreasing levels of funding. Been a decline in nutritional levels and a sharp increase in stress and illness. Yet the number of visits to doctors has dropped by half because fees are so costly in the newly privatized healthcare systems. Hey guys. As a result, many illnesses go undetected and untreated until they become critical. Russian military officials describe the health of conscripts as catastrophic. Within the armed forces, suicides have risen dramatically and deaths from drug overdoses have climbed 80% in recent years. The overthrow of communism brought a rising infant mortality and soaring death rates in Russia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Latvia, Moldavia, Romania, Ukraine, Mongolia, and East Germany. Thanks for the 10 months, homie. A lot of percent. Yeah, right? Thank you so much, homie. 1/3 of Russian men never live to 60 years of age. In 1992, Russia's birth rate fell below its death rate for the first time since World War II. In 1992 and 93, East Germans buried 2 people for every baby born. Yeah. You love to see it. Thank you, Jenny. Love your face. The death rate rose by nearly 20% for East German women in their late 30s, and nearly 30% for men of the same age. With the end of subsidized rents, estimates of homelessness in Moscow alone run as high as 300,000. The loss of resident permits deprives the homeless of medical care and other state benefits, such as they are. Dressed in rags and victimized by both mobsters and government militia, thousands of indigents die of cold and hunger on the streets in various cities. In Romania, thousands of homeless children live in sewers and train stations, sniffing glue to numb their hunger, begging and falling prey to various predators. In Mongolia, hundreds of In Mongolia, hundreds of homeless children live in the sewers of Ulaanbaatar. Before 1990, Mongolia was a prosperous nation that had benefited from Soviet and East European financial assistance and technical aid. Its new industrial centers produced leather goods, woolen products, textiles, cement, meat, grain, and timber. Quote, the communist era dramatically improved the quality of life of the people, achieving commendable levels of social development through state-sponsored social welfare measures. But free market privatization and deindustrialization has brought unemployment, mass poverty, and widespread malnutrition to Mongolia. Shock therapy for the many. Yo, is it time for me to smoke again? I think it is. We'll do a break right here. Do a break. Y'all having a nice time? I didn't smoke on my break. I ate a sandwich. I should have smoked. You're right. Enjoying the reading today? Getting something out of it? Now I want to sniff some. All the kids want something to do. Now I want to sniff some glue. Is that a song? Short candy? Sure. Yeah, I forgot to smoke my sandwich. Drop it in the chat, Ross. Taking a break. The Ramones song. I don't know the Ramones that good. But you put a short candy. All right, Ross. I'm not very good at reading. Ross, what? Where am I looking? All right.
I have a girlfriend right now. Thank you. Neither of us has very good taste in music. So whenever we're about to make love, I put on a random Spotify playlist. And a couple months ago, I put on an R&B playlist. I was feeling ambitious. And R. Kelly came on. Yes. You've heard the news? And my girlfriend was like, oh, no, we cannot listen to R. Kelly. R. Kelly is a pedophile. And now here's the thing. And just hear me out for 1 second. Technically speaking, R. Kelly is not a pedophile. Just give me 1 second. I promise this goes away. Just hear me out. The term pedophile refers to people who are attracted to those that are prepubescent. Then there's something called a hebephile.
No, why are we doing
people
this?
People are attracted to those in the early stages of puberty.
I don't want to know.
Like 11, 12, 13, 14.
I don't care about the difference.
And then there's something called an ephebophile. That's people attracted to those in the later stages of puberty, like 15, 16, 17, 18.
I don't want to know the difference.
But I think the reason we don't make those distinctions is because it's very hard to explain the difference without sounding like a pedophile.
Yeah. What a joke, dude. That joke is off the charts. The joke's got dimensions. Yeah, I felt uncomfortable from the beginning. Funny. Nailed it. Concern. Ross, concern. Classic. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna smoke this and then we're gonna get back into the reading. Anything else funny for me? My favorite emote from all of Twitch. Hilarious. Yummy. A really great emote. Fucking love it. When was this? 7 days ago? Bill Burr with Conan O'Brien? Scared if I put this on, I'm gonna want to watch the entire 11 minutes.
I want to talk to you about this project, this movie that you're working on, because it's something that you and I have talked about.
These microphones are so weird.
Because we are friends, we have dined together, We've hung out. Our wives have hung out.
Just pictures with big chalices and candelabras. Conan.
We did. I had a suit of armor brought in and put in the corner. You're talking about this movie that you've made is a subject that's near and dear to your heart. It's about being dads. Older dads, right?
Old dads, yeah.
Old dads.
There was something that came about by, not getting my shit together and having kids really late in life. Like I'm 54, my kids are 5 and 2. And I didn't realize like how much the world had changed. Like my daughter's in kindergarten now, and I was in kindergarten 50 years ago. So just the whole way that they teach, like everything, literally, I'd be like, "Oh, you're on the jungle gym," and she'd be like, "It's called the structure." and then I'd be like, "Yeah," and then I'd be like, "Oh my God, I said jungle. Am I, was that borderline racist now? Like, what did I just say?" And you just start freaking out, and just sort of it lives sort of in that world, and then also all of this world now of where, you go back into somebody's Twitter account 8 years and find a bad tweet, and they're like, "This is who this guy is. This guy's an asshole." And it's like, I always looked at it like, you had to go back 8 years before this guy was an asshole. That's an amazing, like, Lou Gehrig run of not being an asshole. If you went 7 years, like, this guy was totally cool, but in 2014, that one random Wednesday, he was really in a mood.
Yeah.
Is this sponsored by Chevrolet or something?
And it
I
was
wonder
just
if it's sponsored by Chevrolet.
quick, someone who I
Chevy.
lean left. I'm not 100% left. It's sort of like, I just thought that whole era was really fascinating to watch
Compatible
people
left.
like just trying to just sort of ruin people. Like I understood the beginning of it when they were going after these monstrous people, but then it just became this like these ticky-tack misdemeanors bullshit, and they would just burn them down. It was like a Frankenstein movie. Like they were all coming up the fucking hill. So it's sort of, subtly lives in that world too.
Right. And one of the things that I relate to you on is we both come from, like I say, a similar part of the country. I'm a little bit older than you, but I do relate very much. When you talk about being a dad, you often relate it to when you were contrasted with when we were kids. And that's something that hits home with me because, I had kids later in life. Now they're teenagers. But in the early stages, I remember thinking this does not resemble the childhood that I have in any way.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the fact that so much care and attention is spent on each child was something that was, no, I'm not saying that. I love my parents, but it was a different attitude. There were 6 of us, and I remember very clearly at any given time, if you ask my mother or my father, where's Conan? They'd be like, I don't know, he's, no one knew exactly where you were.
They just sent you outside. Like, that was a lot of it. They just sort of sent you outside, and you went out and you just met other kids your age and came up with stuff to do when you were outside, and then eventually you ran into older kids, and then they just beat the shit out of you. And then
this is why.
And then you came up like I did a cartoon for Netflix called F is for Family. One of the first episodes, there's this scene where the young me and his friend are up in a tree, and these guys start throwing rocks at us and shooting fireworks. And that was based on a true story. There wasn't fireworks, but it was just me and a friend of mine were climbing trees. We're just climbing a tree because that's what you did before there was no internet. That was going online, climbing a tree and risking your life. So we climbed up this tree, and these bigger kids came by, and they saw us up there, and they just started throwing rocks at us until their arms got tired. We were up there, like crying, getting hit in the ankles and in the back.
Okay. Let's just move on. I'm going to read on here. Reading on. Back therapy for the many. Unemployment rates have risen as high as 30% in countries that once knew full employment under communism. One Polish worker claims that the jobless are pretty much unemployable after age 40. Polish women say economic demise comes earlier for them, since to get a job, as one puts it, you must be young, childless, and have a big bosom. Occupational safety is now almost non-existent, and workplace injuries and deaths have drastically increased. Workers now toil harder and longer for less, often in sweatshop conditions. Teachers, scientists, factory workers, and countless others struggle for months without pay as their employers run out of funds. The waves of strikes and work stoppages in Russia and Eastern Europe are accorded unsympathetic press treatment in those countries. Even in the few remaining countries in which communist governments retain control, such as China, Vietnam, and Cuba, the opening to private investment has contributed to a growing inequality. In Cuba, the dollar economy has brought with it a growth in prostitution, including girls as young as 11 and 12, street beggars, and black market dealings with tourists. In China, there are workers who now put in 12 to 16-hour days for subsistence pay without regularly getting a day off. Those who protest against poor safety and health conditions risk being fired or jailed. The market reforms in China have also brought a return of child labor. Quote, I think this is what happens when you have private companies, says Miss Peng, a young migrant who has doubts about the new China. Quote, in private companies, you know, the workers don't have rights. Throughout Eastern Europe, unions have been greatly weakened or broken. Sick leave, maternity pay, paid vacations, and other job benefits, once taken for granted under communism, have been cut or abolished. Worker sanitariums, vacation resorts, health clinics, sports and cultural centers, children's nurseries, daycare centers, and other features that made communist enterprises more than just workplaces have nearly vanished. Rest homes formerly reserved for workers have been privatized and turned into casinos, nightclubs, and restaurants for the nouveau riche. Real income has shrunk by as much as 30 to 40% in the ex-communist countries. In 1992 alone, Russia saw its consumer spending drop by 38%. By comparison, during the Great Depression, consumer spending in the U.S. fell 21% over 4 years. In both Poland and Bulgaria, an estimated 70% now live below or just above the poverty line. In Russia, it is 75 to 85%, with a third of the population barely subsisting in absolute economic desperation. In Hungary, which has received most of the West's investment in Eastern Europe, over one-third of its citizens live in abject poverty, and 70% of the men hold 2 or more jobs. Working up to 14 hours a day, according to the Ministry of Labor. After months of not getting paid, coal miners in far eastern Russia were beginning to starve. By August 96, 10,000 of them had stopped working simply because they were too weak from hunger. With no coal being extracted, the region's power plants began to shut down, threatening an electrical blackout that would further harm the nation's Pacific coastal industry and trade. Eastern Europeans are witnessing scenes, quote, that are commonplace enough in the West, but are still wrenching here. The old man rummaging through trash barrels for castaway items. The old woman picking through a box of bones at a meat market in search of one with enough gristle to make a thin soup. With their savings and pensions swallowed up by inflation, elderly pensioners crowd the sidewalks of Moscow, selling articles of their clothing and other pathetic wares, while enduring harassment by police and thugs. A Russian senior citizen refers to this poverty, which only a few have escaped, while some have become wildly rich. With the socialist ethic giving way to private greed, corruption assumed virulent new forms in the post-communist nations. Officials high and low are on the take, including the police. The Russian security minister calculated that 1/3 of Russian oil and 1/2 of Russian nickel shipped out of the country was stolen. Among those enjoying staggering profits from this plunder were Shell Oil and British Petroleum. In April of '92, the chairman of Russia's central bank admitted that at least $20 billion had been illegally taken out of the country and deposited in Western banks. Choice chunks of public real estate are quietly sold off at a fraction of their value in exchange for payoffs to the officials who preside over the sales. Government officials buy goods from private contractors at twice the normal price in exchange for kickbacks. Factory directors sell state-made commodities at low state prices to their own private firms, which those firms then resell at market prices for a vast profit. One member of the Moscow City Council estimated that corruption amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars. If these funds went into state coffers instead of private pockets, quote, we could meet our budget 3 or 4 times over. Along with corruption, there's an upsurge in organized crime. Over 100 racket syndicates in Russia now extort tribute from 80% of all enterprises. 92 to 95, as competition for the spoils of reform intensified, 46 of Russia's more prominent businessmen were slain in gangland-style murders. In 94, there were more than 2,500 contract murders, all of them unsolved. Almost all. Quote, contract murders occur regularly now in Russia, and most go without much notice. Police say they lack the funds, personnel, and crime detection equipment for any real campaign against the mobs. Yikes. The former Soviet Union, women and elderly who once felt free to sit in parks late at night now dare not venture out after dark. Since the overthrow of communism in Hungary, thefts and other felonies have nearly tripled, and there's been a 50% increase in homicides. The police force in Prague today is many times greater than it was under communism, when relatively few police were needed. How odd that fewer police were needed in the communist police state than in the free market paradise. In the Republic of Georgia, life has been reduced to a level of violent chaos never imagined under communism. Criminal rings control much of the commerce, and paramilitary groups control most of the criminal rings. No longer able to sell its goods on the Soviet market, but unable to compete on the international market, Georgian industries experienced a massive decline, and as in most Eastern countries, the public debt has leaped upward while real wages have shrunk painfully. Cultural decay. Cultural life has drastically declined in the former communist countries. Theaters are sparsely attended because tickets are now prohibitively expensive. Publicly owned movie industries in countries like Russia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the German Democratic Republic, which produced a number of worthwhile films, have been defunded or bought out by Western business interests and now make cartoons, commercials, and music videos. Movie houses that have been taken over by corporate chains and offer many of the that Hollywood junk films that we have the freedom to see. Subsidies for the arts and literature have been severely cut. Symphony orchestras have disbanded or taken to playing at block parties and other minor occasions. The communist countries used to produce inexpensive but quality editions of classical and contemporary authors and poets, including ones from Latin America, Asia, and Africa. These have been replaced by second-rate, mass-market publications from the West. During the communist era, 3 of every 5 books in the world were produced in the Soviet Union. Today, as the cost of books, periodicals, and newspapers has skyrocketed, and education has declined, readership has shrunk almost to third world levels. Books of a Marxist or otherwise critical left perspective have been removed from bookstores and libraries. In East Europe, in East Germany, the Writers' Association reported one instance in which 50,000 tons of books, some brand new, were buried in a dump. The German authorities who disposed of the books apparently did not feel free enough to burn them. Education, once free, is now accessible only to those who can afford the costly tuition rates. The curricula have been depoliticized, meaning that a left perspective critical of imperialism and capitalism has been replaced by a conservative one that is supportive, or at least uncritical, of these forces. Descending upon the unhappy societies of Eastern Europe and Russia are the Hare Krishnas, Mormons, Moonies, Jehovah's Witnesses, Baha'is, Rightists, Christian evangelicals, self-improvement hucksters, instant success peddlers, and other materialistic spiritualistic scavengers who prey upon the deprived and the desperate, offering solace in the next world, or the promise of wealth and success in this one. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. President of one of Russia's largest construction companies summed it up. All the material well-being that people had, they lost in 1 hour. There's practically no more free medical care, accessible higher education, no right to a job or rest. The houses of culture, libraries, stadiums, kindergartens, and nurseries, pioneer camps, schools, hospitals, and stores are closing. The cost of housing, communal services, and transport are no longer affordable for the majority of families. Facing forced privatization, news and entertainment media have had to find rich owners, corporate advertisers, conservative foundations or agencies within the newly installed capitalist governments to finance them. Television and radio programs that had a left perspective, including some popular youth shows, have been removed from the air. All media had been purged of leftists and restaffed by people with acceptable ideological orientations. This process of moving toward a pro-capitalist communication. Let's do that again. This process of moving toward a pro-capitalist communication monopoly has been described in the Western media as democratization. Billboards and TV commercials promoting U.S. cigarettes, automobiles, and other consumer items, many of them beyond the average pocketbook, can now be seen everywhere. Women and children last. The overthrow of communism brought a sharp increase in gender inequality. In new constitution, oh my God, we're having a good time. The new constitution adopted in Russia eliminates provisions that guaranteed women the right to paid maternity leave, job security during pregnancy, prenatal care, and affordable daycare centers. Without the former communist stipulation that women get at least 1/3 of the seats in any legislature, female political representation has dropped to as low as 5% in some countries. In all communist countries, about 90% of women had jobs in what was a full employment economy. Today, women compose over 2/3 of the unemployed. Those who do work are being channeled into low-pay, unskilled positions. Women are being driven from the professions in disproportionate numbers and are advised against getting professional training. More than 30% of unemployed females are skilled workers and professionals who previously earned higher salaries than the national norm. the loss of maternity benefits and child care services has created still greater obstacles to female employment. Throughout the Eastern European nations, the legal, financial, and psychological independence that women enjoyed under socialism has been undermined. Divorce, abortion, and birth control are more difficult to obtain. Released from the Soviet yoke, the autonomous region of Ingushetia decriminalized polygamy and made it legal for women to be sold into marriage. Instances of sexual harassment and violence against women increased sharply. In Russia, the number of women murdered annually, primarily by husbands and boyfriends, skyrocketed from 5,300 to 15,000 in the first 3 years of the free market paradise. Wow. Holy shit. In 94, an additional 57,000 women were seriously injured in such assaults. These official figures understate the level of violence. The Communist Party committees that used to intervene in cases of domestic abuse no longer exist. Women are also being recruited in unprecedented numbers for the booming sex industry that caters to foreign and domestic businessmen. Unable to find employment in the professions for which they originally were trained, many highly educated Russian and Eastern European women go abroad to work as sex workers. Women are not the only ones being channeled into the sex market. As reported in Newsweek, Prague and Budapest now rival Bangkok and Manila as hubs for the collection of children to serve visiting pedophiles. Last year, one investigator was stunned to find stacks of child pornography in the reception rooms of Estonia's parliament and its social welfare department. Quote, "Free love is regarded as one of the new freedoms which the market economy can offer," she wrote. Simultaneously, sex in the market economy has also become a profitable commodity. In some cases, children are kidnapped and held like slaves. It's happening more and more. It's organized crime. Life conditions for children have deteriorated greatly throughout the ex-communist world. Free summer camps have been closed down. School lunches, once free or low-priced, are now too costly for many pupils. Hungry children constitute a serious school problem. Instead of attending classes, children can be found hawking drinks or begging in the streets. Juvenile crime is booming along with juvenile prostitution, while funds for youth rehabilitation services dwindle. My God, dude. Let me just take a quick break here. Pretty fucked up. Reading on. So you want to feed kids and not let them start small businesses? Oh my God. Come on, Dan, they're entrepreneurs. Why do you have a problem with that? Filthy commie? Jesus Christ. Well, we didn't realize what we had. While many Eastern European intellectuals remain fervent champions of the free market paradise, most workers and peasants no longer romanticize capitalism, having felt its unforgiving lash. We didn't realize what we had has become a common refrain. Quote, the latest public opinion surveys show that many Russians consider Brezhnev's era and even Stalin's era to have been better than the present-day period, at least as far as economic conditions and personal safety are concerned. A joke circulating in Russia in '92 went like this. Question: what did capitalism accomplish in 1 year that communism could not do in 70? Answer: make communism look good. Throughout Eastern Europe and the former USSR, many people grudgingly admitted that conditions were better under communism. Pro-capitalist Angela Stent of Georgetown University allows that, quote, most people are worse off than they were under communism. The quality of life has deteriorated with the spread of crime and the disappearance of the social safety net. Who could have seen this coming? East German steelworkers quoted as saying, I do not know if there is a future for me, and I'm not too hopeful. The fact is, I lived better under communism. An elderly Polish woman, reduced to 1 Red Cross meal a day, says, I'm not red, but I have to say life for poor people was better before. Now things are good for businessmen, but not for us poor. One East German woman commented that the West German women's movement was only beginning to fight for, quote, what we already had here. We took it for granted because of the socialist system. Now we realize what we lost. Anti-communist dissidents who labored hard to overthrow the GDR were soon voicing their disappointments about German reunification. One noted Lutheran clergyman commented, well, we fell into the tyranny of money. The way wealth is distributed in this society, capitalist Germany, is something I find very hard to take. Another Lutheran pastor said, we East Germans had no real picture of what life was like in the West. We had no idea how competitive it would be. Unabashed greed and economic power are the levers that move this society. The spiritual values that are essential to human happiness are being lost or made to seem trivial. Everything is buy, earn, sell. Maureen Orth asked the first woman she met in a market if her life had changed in the last 2 years, and the woman burst into tears. She was 58 years old, had worked 40 years in a potato factory, and now could not afford most of the foods in the market. Well, it's not life, it's just existence. Orth interviewed the chief of a hospital department in Moscow who said, life was different 2 years ago. I was a human being. Now he had to chauffeur people around for extra income. My cat's losing her fucking mind right now. Why should she be so little and so mad? What about the new freedoms? Freedom for what? He responded. Freedom to buy a pornographic magazine? In a similar vein, former GDR Defense Minister Heinz Kessler commented, "Sure, I hear about the new freedom that people are enjoying in Eastern Europe. But how do you define freedom? Millions of people in Eastern Europe are now free from employment, free from safe streets, free from healthcare, free from social security. Do people in the East want the free market?" Opinion polls taken in late 93 in Russia showed only 27% of all the respondents supported a market economy. By large majorities, people believed that state control over prices and over private business is useful, and that the state should provide everyone with a job and never tolerate unemployment. In Poland, 92% wanted to keep the state welfare system, and lopsided majorities wanted to retain subsidized housing and foods and return to full employment. Most people here, reports a New York Times Moscow correspondent, are suspicious of private property, wonder what was so bad about a system that supplied health care at low cost from birth to death, and hope that prices are once again reined in by the government. One report from Russia describes a bitter electorate which has found life under a Democrat, meaning Yeltsin, worse than under the now-departed communists. A report from Warsaw refers to the free market economic transformation that most Poles no longer support. People's biggest fears are inflation, unemployment, crime, and pollution. State socialism, the system that did not work, provided everyone with some measure of security. Free market capitalism, the system that works, brought a free-falling economy, financial plunder, deteriorating social conditions, and mass suffering. In reaction, Eastern European voters have been returning communists to office to preside over the ruin and wreckage of broken nations. By 96, former communists and their allies had won significant victories in Russia, Bulgaria, Poland, Hungary, Lithuania, and Estonia, sometimes emerging as the strongest blocs in their respective parliaments. This was achieved in the face of the same intimidations, political harassments, monetary disadvantages, restrictive ballot access, media shutout, and fraudulent vote counts that confront leftist parties in most democratic capitalist countries. When the first anti-communist upheavals began in Eastern Europe in '89, there were those on the left who said that if the people in those countries discovered that they didn't like the free market system, they could always return to some variant of socialism. I argued at the time this was hardly a realistic view. Capitalism is not just an economic system, but an entire social order. Once it takes hold, it's not voted out of existence by electing socialists or communists. They may occupy office, but the wealth of the nation, the basic property relations, organic law, financial system, and debt structure, along with the national media, police power, and state institutions, have all been fundamentally restructured. The sources needed for social programs and full employment have been pilfered or completely obliterated, as have monetary reserves, markets, and natural resources. A few years of untrammeled free market marauding has left these nations at the point of no foreseeable return. The belief propagated by the free market reformers is that the transition from socialism to capitalism can only be made through a vast private accumulation of capital. The hardship inflicted by such privatization supposedly is only temporary. The truth is, nations get stuck and that temporary stage for centuries. One need only look at Latin America. Like other third world nations, the former communist countries are likely to remain in poverty indefinitely, so that a privileged few may continue to enjoy greater and greater opulence at the expense of the many. To secure that arrangement, the corporate class will resort to every known manipulation and repression against democratic resurgence. In these endeavors, they will have the expert assistance of international capital, the CIA, and other agencies of state capitalist domination. Crossing the Rubicon
Kenzo Shibata
in the
once
Jeep
said,
Rubicon.
Poverty shouldn't be.
Love your face, homie. Weenus of Lore, welcome on board. You are now one of us.
Hey guys.
You're one of us, homie. Welcome in, Texas Gringo. I also love Noam Chomsky, but this is black shirts and... Oh, I see. Never mind. You're like, I love Noam Chomsky, but he's about to talk shit about him, homie. Yeah, he's about to flame him. It's tricky. You take the good with the bad with Noam. Did I get rid of the Rubicon emote? Right there. Here's a hint. If you type colon into the chat and you start typing the name of an emote, it should pop up. So command rub brings it up. He's cucked when it comes to anti-Soviet shit. Is that new? Is what new? Dan Rub. Rubicon. The colon thing. I don't know. New to me. Okay. Reading on. According to Noam Chomsky, communism was a monstrosity, and the collapse of tyranny in Eastern Europe and Russia is an occasion for rejoicing for anyone who values freedom and human dignity. Damn, dude. Oh. Dude. Parenti laid that out. Parenti just planned that take out, dude. All of that was, he was building towards just ripping Noam Chomsky to shreds in just one sentence. Says, I treasure freedom and human dignity, yet find no occasion for rejoicing. The post-communist societies do not represent a net gain for such values. If anything, the breakup of the communist states has brought a colossal victory for global capitalism and imperialism, which is with its correlative increase in human misery, and a historic setback for revolutionary liberation struggles everywhere. There will be harder times ahead, even for modestly reformist nationalist governments, as the fate of Panama and Iraq have indicated. Breakup also means a net loss of global pluralism and a more intensive socio-economic inequality throughout the world. The peoples of Eastern Europe believed they were going to keep all the social gains they had enjoyed under communism while adding on all the consumerism of the West. Many of their grievances about existing socialism were justified, but their romanticized image of the capitalist West was not. They had to learn the hard way. expecting to advance from second world to first world status, they've been rammed down into the third world, ending up like a capitalist Indonesia, Mexico, Zaire, and Turkey. They wanted it all and have been left with almost nothing. Wanted consumer goods, yeah. They wanted what they saw from US TV and movies. Sucks. Brings us to the end of chapter 7. Now, I think you got 2 left. I got to be done. Because I did 2 today. Good documentary showing Russia and the lead up to the dissolution. Okay. All right. Is there any blood? Is there any blood or titties? Later episodes? What does that mean? Oh, this is part 1. This is the Adam Curtis thing, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. Get into this, huh? What to put here? Choir directors are weird people.
Ты знаешь что? Я мечтаю, чтобы у меня жил кокер-спаниель. Кокер. Потом обязательно ирландский сеттер, обязательно 2 французских бульдога, значит, бультерьер. Бультерьер это? Бультерьер. Такой. Это гибрид? Нет, бультерьер это у генерала Паттона был такой, который разбил Роммеля. Вот. Потом, конечно, обязательно несколько пятнистых оленей. Обязательно дикобраз.
85 to 89?
Обязательно, конечно, будет жить у меня.
У меня невероятное пристрастие к лемурам.
Лемуры будут в доме
Они будут
висеть, по всему дому висят. Они умирают. Сейчас эпидемия страшная. Да, и они умирают по непонятным причинам от обезвоживания
Наверное, оценили это, что родители все для него. Такая наша материнская доля. Встречать, провожать, никуда не денешься от этого. Ну ничего, надо все. Вы знаете, я Сашку провожала, я спокойно была. Почему? Ну, время было более спокойно. Сейчас такая обстановка напряженная, конечно. Что все должны служить. Это наш священный долг, да? Священный долг. Каждый мальчик должен. Поэтому мы уж к этому готовы. Ну, конечно, обстановка такая тревожная, поэтому, конечно, встретим. И встретим. Как-нибудь выберем, с мамой приедем еще. Я не как на пенсию брошу, все.
В Афганистане уже погибло более 13 тысяч наших парней. За что? Я спрашиваю себя.
Got like a sixth sense for this shit.
Всегда быть такой красивой, обаятельной, красивой, модно одетой, хорошо выглядеть и в хорошем настроении приходить к нам на радио. Вы знаете, Галина Александровна, я почаще буду приходить к вам.
Of maintenance.
2 рубля. В ней находились следующие вещи. Одна мужская рубашка стоимостью 9 рублей, зубная щетка одна стоимостью 30 копеек, футляр к зубной щетке стоимостью 40 копеек, зубная паста семейная стоимостью 50 копеек, бритвенный прибор безопасный стоимостью 2 рубля, металлический стакан 1 штука стоимостью 50 копеек, помазок 1 стоимостью 4 рубля, лезвие Восток 10 штук стоимостью рубль 50, очки без футляра стоимостью 3 рубля, трусы мужские 1 пара 2,50, майка стоимостью 2 рубля 50 копеек, сандалеты мужские 1 пара стоимостью 8 рублей, принадлежащие гражданину Подурец Тимофею Дмитриевичу, а всего похищено на общую сумму 38 рублей 40 копеек.
Спецстволы номер 1, номер 2 и номер 4, там у нас находится только дежурный слесарь. Больше дома формы давления в лавке почти нет, может быть ломать. Необходимо снизу пробить.
Молодец. Все, спасибочки.
Лес дурак.
Валерий, побольше.
Лес дурак, ребят.
Так, мне тоже спичек.
Before it blew. Oh my God.
Jestem menadżerem zespołu obecnie. Tak, menadżerem. No i mam drugi wokal, ale jeszcze mnie nie nagrali. Tak, coś gramy między Rush, Police a King Crimson.
Pani była we Francji?
Nie.
A chciałaby Pani tam pojechać?
No, oczywiście.
I co Pani tam chciałaby zobaczyć?
Sklep.
Kobieta.
Jestem studenką orientalistyczną.
He goes just like a woman. He goes, women be shopping.
Teraz wojna, nie Pani tam nie jeździ?
Tak, tak. Można dostać jeszcze stypendium do Kabulu.
Aha. Jest specjalny język irański.
Что я чувствовала, что я ощущала, лишь бы было спокойно в мире, чистое небо, это главное. Чтобы отслужил 2 года не такой уж большой срок, лишь бы все было спокойно в мире.
They didn't show the statue. Let's go. It's got moves.
Dobry. Uciekaj! Uciekaj, jedź, nie!
Jedź, ja u ciebie zaniesie, oni po polsku, idź ją. A ja nie chcę ją. Uciekaj, dzień. A ja nie chcę ją, uciekaj. Odpierdalaj się. Zabieraj do kapoty i odpierdalaj się. No to jedź. Ja cię przyjadę, gaz.
Spokojnie, panie, nie denerwować się, proszę.
Tak.
Siada pan.
Jedź.
Proszę zabierać.
I love that music.
Чем же все-таки объяснить
Leave her
то, что
alone.
произошло с вами 7 февраля 1980
Didn't do anything wrong.
Выпила я и сделала это преступление.
Скажите, а вы не брали этих вещей, потому что вы опомнились, что вы совершили преступление, или потому что это вещи вам не подходили?
Нет, когда я опомнилась, если бы они мне не подходили, я бы их выбросила, но не понесла. А я уже опомнилась, думаю, ему уже нужно, и я понесла в вокзал опять их назад.
Вот мы здесь находимся на трассе Москва-Пекин, где находится столица наших странствий, город Петушки. Кроме питья здесь, пожалуй, делать нечего совершенно. Ходили, утром вставали. В одной деревне, если не было водки, шли в другую деревню. Если в этой нет, так шли в третью.
Pooch.
Приехал в Москву.
таком интимном спрошу. Ты вступала в половые связи?
Да.
И с какого возраста?
С 15 лет.
С 15 лет. Болела венерическим заболеванием? Ну, я тебя вижу не первый раз. Ты лицо для меня знакомое. Каким образом ты теперь в Москве очутилась?
Приехала, познакомилась в прошлый раз с парнем, приехала его увидеть.
Значит, у тебя приятель в Москве?
Да.
А в тот раз я знаю, что у тебя приятель был в Ленинграде.
Ну, был.
Тринадцать. Рука прямая, строго назад, голова повернута назад.
Подурец Тимофей Дмитриевич. Подойдите к секретарю. Что вам известно? Что случилось-то? Да, объясните, пожалуйста, суду.
Ну вот, значит, меня вечеру дали меня путевку. Я даже не знал, когда, значит, что я иду в санаторий. Но вызывали меня, местный комитет. Он мне сказал, значит, за то, что, значит, вы участник Великой Отечественной войны, значит, вам предложит путевка.
Łagodniutki uśmiech taki, wiesz, bardzo urodzicielski. Jest odkurzacz, to zaraz pojedziemy z tym. Teraz świetnie.
Ewa, odrobineczkę. Tak. Za dużo.
The vacuum. I blast her in the face with a vacuum. Totally.
Dawaj tutaj, no nie przejmuj się tym, no. Poczekaj, ale spłaszczyłeś mnie.
You deflated her. God. What am I seeing? Like, what is the angle? They're like looking up in the sky, right? Is that radiation, homies? Was that cut? Yeah, that was Chernobyl. But like, what? They're so good. Is it like glowing because of radiation? I've never seen that before. That was wild. I've never seen that video. Having a bad day. I hate having bad days. They're such a bummer. Chicken farm. Chickens. I don't know about this, y'all. Oh. So sweet. My moves.
А если у вас было желание, какое вы хотели бы выразить сейчас?
Чего?
Желание, если у вас есть, например, какое у вас было бы сейчас?
Чего?
Желание, мечта.
Мечта?
Да.
Ну как вам сказать? Не знаю даже, что вам сказать. Мечта. Раньше не желая, не гадая, ничего не выйдет все равно.
Нет, ну только...
Я мечтала и гадала, а у меня все наоборот идет. И теперь не верю и никогда не буду думать и мечтать.
А какая мечта сейчас? Никакой?
Нет.
А вы верите?
Кому?
Что?
Кому верить?
Ну, не знаю, Богу.
Богу? Никому не верю, ничего не верю. И вам тоже не верю.
Whoa. It's making pots. Yo, look at that. Oh no. Here we go.
За год машину уже около окна имеют. Кооператив. Что у нас фабрик нету, что у нас ничего нету. Нашили. А? Только дармоедов сидят. Вы посмотрите, какие рылы. Картошку им копать в колхозе. Чего здесь шитье-то? Какой здесь шитье? Здесь же материал по рублю. По 50. А она продается за 80, за 100 рублей. Брюки какие-то. Несчастные. Что-то для молодежи, а возраст 40, 45, 50. Почему не купили? Ну, куртка или плащ. 200 рублей, 180. Это ну с ума сойти. 16 лет. Товарищ одет, а она у станка стоит. 180, 160, 170 рублей зарабатывает. А купи ему, да и все, или ей.
Yeah.
А? Ну почему раньше до этого жили-то? Все было. И трикотаж был, и все было. 50-х, 60-х, 70-х. Все же было.
Вовсе эта демократия кончится. Да вы что?
My hero.
Даже говорить смешно. Сколько НЭП продержался? Какие-то годы считанные. Уроки НЭПа есть, безусловно. Но неужели вы сами искренне верите, что это может продолжаться какое-то долгое время? Поэтому, как говорится, жгуй железо, пока Горбачев.
You guys, we know how much a coat should cost. Marx told us. It costs 20 yards of linen. Sorry. A weird chapter. He goes on and on and on and on in that chapter about linen and coats. It's so funny. It's like a joke. It's almost like it's like an onion joke. It's so funny. Reindeer herding. Why are you hurting reindeer? What'd they do to you? Those are big reindeer. That's a big one. Hi. Donetsk. Are these the TVs that explode or the ones that don't? Do they come with a hammer or not?
General, what is the military situation in the country?
This setup. is incredible.
Посмотри, Вадим.
Связаны с международными делами. Итак, первый вопрос из числа тех, что стали поступать к нам еще со вчерашнего дня. Вот Владимир Кучеренко, инженер из города Москвы, прислал нам целое письмо. Сначала он процитировал заявление группы сотрудников коммунистов пакистанской ЧК ЦК РКПБ.
It's a really interesting style of documentary, right?
Только легкую книжечку. Так, вилка. Повернись боком ко мне. Боком.
It's just sticky skin, you guys.
Это нож.
Oh my god, she's incredible. Even she knows it's not impressive. Put baby powder on your hand and do it again. Yo, where do we get this giant bust of Lenin? That is so fucking based. Who's vaccinated? You got the COVID vax. She went ahead. She went forward in time. Wait, what?
Или на поезде. А пока мы с вами гуляем по Москве вместе с московской командой «Альфа» и ее композицией на стихи Сергея Есенина «Я московский озорной гуляка».
Я ношу цилиндр и для женщин. С глупой страсти всем жить не в силе. В нем удобнее грусть свою уменьшить.
Я тебе уже сделал сегодня утром подарок. А это колечко. И я хочу оставить себе. Ну как же так, миленький? Да почему? Да разве ж так можно, миленький дядя?
You come, I'm waiting for you in my room, okay?
Huh?
I'm waiting for you in my room.
I?
Yeah?
You go your room? Now you speak for my friend.
No, I spoke for you.
For me?
In Volga, yes. Volga is your name.
What number?
1914. I pay $100. Administration is your problem.
Okay. You go in your room after 5 minutes. 12:14. Вот если бы ты не пошла сейчас одна без меня, я бы тоже не пошла. А теперь я пойду.
А что тут такого-то? Извини меня, пожалуйста. Ты что, охуела, что совсем?
А у вас есть колодец презерватив? У меня нету.
У меня только один.
Да, Свет, у меня один остался. Я тебе сегодня уже дала.
А я что-то не знаю, с чем пойду. Ты спит ловить? У него должен быть.
А если нету?
What's going on?
Так, вперед.
Boom.
Вперед, вправо. Стоп. Вверх камерой. Стоп.
What? No fucking way. I never know about that one.
Ну, у тебя очень странная прическа. Где тебя так красиво подстригли?
Знакомилась с панками московскими, они подстригли.
А что это за течение-то, панки?
Ну, это люди, которые любят свободу, там, не терпят насилие, там.
А ты не свободна, да?
Свободно.
Последний раз когда в школе ты была?
Год назад.
Год назад. А родители когда последний раз видела?
В мае.
В мае месяце. Значит, полгода не была дома, полгода не видела родителей. Лен, плохо. Но мне кажется, у тебя что-то случилось.
Да, лучше меня ничего не спрашивать. Лучше меня ничего не спрашивать.
Ну, ясно. Потом тогда расскажешь. Потом, я понимаю, что тебе сейчас трудно говорить. В следующий раз расскажешь. приговорил Русу Тамару Александровну признать виновной по статье 145 части 1 Уголовного кодекса Молдавской ССР и подвергнуть ее исправительным работам по месту работы сроком на 1 год с удержанием с ее заработка в доход государства 20%.
Будут 20% высчитывать и все. Сделала по глупости. Работаю вот сейчас сестрой хозяйкой. Все у меня вещи в руках, все у меня материальная ответственность на 30 тысяч на моей голове. А вот видите, по глупости, что делалось. Что это стакан вина, что это делает.
This is so fucking cool. Yo. Entering orbit around another moon? That is like a fucking trick shot across the universe. That is so sick.
Amიტომ ჩემო სტუდიერო შვილებო, გეძლევათ ლოცვა კურთხევა, რომ აბრძანდეთ ახლა და წავიდეთ ერთად ქაშვეთის წმინდა გიორგის ეკლესიაში და მადლობა შევსწიროთ უფალს. არა!
Fascinating.
Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Не ждет человека? Нет, нет, нет.
Y'all have any grand takes? What are you thinking about what you're seeing?
Там за мной никто не смотрит. Да не бойтесь.
Я и говорю, что до 11 часов до закона вы можете находиться в комнате.
Ну и что?
Not exactly presenting a flowery view.
Нет, это меня зачем будет.
Спасибо большое.
Что, наверное, он вас дома не говорит.
Ой,
Cold?
my darling. What is this? What is this?
This is pacemaker.
Operation? Operation?
Operation.
Yo, it's gonna like zoom. What the fuck, man? This is so funny. Remember what they took from you? And it's gonna zoom out and you get bars and it goes in. Yo, that is incredible. It's just incredible. Hey guys.
Это и футбольное поле. Здесь очки не считают, кто выиграет, кто проиграет.
What the fuck? This is totally the a fascist lifted weights today, did you? I can't believe this. This is so funny. It's incredible. By the way, where's this giant like mural thing? I hope someone saved that. That is so cool. Yeltsin knew it would fail. I'm not close to these details here, but it was so funny. That was literally the one thing Marx did not predict. He's like, well, I didn't see this one coming.
Обратиться здесь и начальники, и все работающие. Как я, например, могу жить? Вот это вот забастовка. До чего она... Я согласна, ребята. Согласна с вашей работой.
Yeah, they omitted Stalin.
Можно мне сказать?
They did. They omitted Stalin. What's up, Nasai? I love your face.
Мерседес, как это называется?
Democracy. Even Adam Curtis frames it as democracy. What's up, James? What's Andor? You doing, homie? This is so cool. Phobos is one of his two moons. Phobos is like oblong. It's like a weird shape. This is so cool. Oh no. What happened? Yeah. That sucks. Can't win them all. I would cry too. That's pretty fucked up. It's his own loge. That is some wackadoo video. So strange to me. This guy's got psycho eyes, man. All right, that's a good juxtaposition, right?
Огонь! Огонь! Да стреляйте же, мать вашу! Сергею! Руки слева! Нет, рассыпаться! Наем им задницу! Зажарим людей вместе с потрохами! Огонь! Огонь!
Да заткнись же! Надоело все это слышать!
Пойдите, глупая ты сучка! Мы только от тебя вернулись, чтобы тебе покоя не было! А вместе с нами еще дуги подстреленных душманов!
И у нас здесь все недорого. В оптом и в розницу продаются сам. Ты стали японский, дранский, потому что-нибудь, что вам нравится. Покупайте что-нибудь и goodbye, say white.
It's a ham. What do you think was the point of that? Documentary about the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of Putin. Collapse of the Soviet Union. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it. All right, but I get this too. I think I can get that too. Yeah, that's not the whole point of the documentary is the Putin thing, and this is part 1 of like 9, so I think we got a long ways to go till we get there. I'm fascinated though. You know, it's like it's video, right? You can't argue with video, right? At the same time, you know, if you have a certain amount of video, you can selectively choose what goes in and what doesn't, and that could be politicized in a certain way. Everyone's got their bias. I sort of appreciate the hands-off approach to... No, I'm not even sure I want to say that. What appears to be like a hands-off approach to commentary, although there is a little bit of it via text, right? You know? And of course, there's always just the decisions of what goes in and what doesn't. But really interesting. I think I want to keep watching. I don't know if I want to keep watching today. Seems like a lot. At the same time, it's like revealing to me, as someone who's, I don't know, interested in narratives, that there's like a really sort of simple way to present this kind of information. I guess if you have enough B-roll or whatever, you know? You don't even have to write a script. It's just, you just use the footage you got. That's wild how he's able to do this. That is some... Like, I don't know where he's going with this narrative, but that is some king shit, dude. Like, the way he's able to do that, that is incredible. I'm very impressed. You know, there's no narrator. It's incredible, right? But at the same time, that's also a tool that could be like, I see it could be like abused. Oh, it's really cool though. What looked bad, aside from the capitalism? No, I mean, just sort of like, I don't know. Well, like, I don't know. Aside from the capitalism, I don't know. Just saying, it didn't especially paint it as flowery. Whereas, you know, I don't know exactly what I'm getting at. We don't see what daily life is like for the very rural periphery of these large cities. There's that. Talented filmmaker presents a narrow perspective. There is that. Yeah, I'm noticing so many different things. It's so fascinating to me. Did I say this one? It doesn't show the rate of education, retirement, social services and planning, infrastructure, the things that even under the most revisionist period of history of its history made it that much better than Western standards. Yeah, like everything that Perenni was saying in Black Shirts and Reds, which I think was a really valuable framing going into this video. You know, the video just seems to show like a lot of the ugly side of the Soviet Union, even though a lot of what we are seeing is the introduction of, Western capital, right? Making a lot of shit ugly. But he doesn't, I don't think he does a good job of attributing it to that. Am I wrong? He doesn't feel like he directly attributes it to these forces. And so it sort of can be easy you could see how it could be easy for someone who knows nothing about any of this to just go, oh yeah, Russia bad. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. These thoughts are not fully baked, so just bear with me. Perestroika, glasnost were meant to make the USSR more flexible, but they were only used as a means to heighten the contradictions of an attempt to make a socialist economy work like a capitalist economy. Yeah, but I bet they had much lower number of deaths of despair. There's that. Never trust the capitalists. I am fascinated, though. If anything, because, I think I would be really cool. I'd like to think of, what I'm doing these days right now as laying the groundwork for an understanding of geopolitics and of narratives and hegemony, etc., etc. So that maybe one day I can make content like this and level my shit up, But more importantly, deliver, really important narratives in tidy packages. And it's fascinating to see Adam do this. Oh, I think I want to get into this kind of stuff. And I want to start practicing now. But I do see all the work that we do here with the deep dives and stuff, that's what I maybe think this is what we're moving towards. This is a really good author if you want to get into political economy. Oh, look at that. There it is, confirmed. I love this shit. Anything with pyramids and eyes, let's go, I'm gonna read the shit out of this book. Wait. Geopolitical economy after U.S. What? After U.S. hegemony? Hope you like it, homie. I might check it out. Nays, Gifted One, Subversive History, you got one. Yeah? Radhika Desai is legit. Okay, cool. Oh, awesome. All right. I got this bad feeling I'm going to forget about this book, But I want to read about. I got a lot to read. I have so much to read. I should stream less and read more, but how else am I going to beg y'all for $5 at a time, sucks. Oh, so that's why I've been reading on stream. I hope that's nice. I think that's a good thing. That way we all get something out of it, you know? I should do a chapter a day. Hey, how about that? We should just always do something. Chapter a day. You could shoot the shit, you know? That's one of the cool things about reading books. You know, sometimes it's they're always sometimes all books. Here's the thing about books is that they were written in the past. Every single book. Okay, so like, you know, you get to read a thing and reflect on it and bring it up to date. It's really fascinating to do that, right? Especially with older books. You know, authors that you're like, oh shit, they did not miss. It's nice to do that together. It's a lot of fun. Your stream is only book related. Well, let's make sure we give you a shout out here. You know, right, you love to see it. Oh. Yeah. This is great. Really liked watching that. You're close to affiliate? Oh, I hope you get that soon. That is so awesome. Do you have emotes ready? That's what happens next. You get to turn on the money faucet. You know what I mean? At that point, people just start giving you all their money on Twitch. It's incredible. You're going to become rich before you know it. So that's what happens when you get affiliate. People can subscribe to your channel. And when they subscribe, they get your emotes. So start thinking of some stuff. Easiest way to make emotes is just to take a screen capture of something and make it a square, you know? Obviously there are a lot of people with like custom drawn stuff, but you don't have to do that. Amir Amin? Who's that? What's that? Left. Yeah. I'm getting so fucking wealthy over here. Who's rich? What, you're not rich? I thought all streamers were rich. Like me, I have 300 subscribers every month. A Marxist of the South. Cool. Egyptian Marxist. Maybe inspired a bit by Nasser. Like Abdel Nasser, he wasn't like a Marxist, but he was okay. Right? I needed... Excuse me. I need to do an Egypt deep dive. We haven't done that. I just had an idea. We pick a country and we deep dive on it for like a week. I don't know. I always got ideas. You know? I always just listen. We deep dive all week. I don't know. Forget it. I don't like being put into a box, you know? I don't like that. I like being freeform. I want to deep dive for as long or as short as I want to deep dive. But it would be nice to have some direction, you know? Back in the box, Dan. Up, okay, here we go. Right. Samir Amin. Sorry. Right. All right, where are the other parts to this? Because I would check this out again. This is great. Bing. Hey, it's 3:30. I think it's about time we wrap up, huh? That channel has the rest of them? Okay. Well, I was liking it. That was pretty good. Hey, guys. Chester, DC Statehood, now welcome in, homie. How you doing today? I hope you're well. Interesting thread. Johnny Mills, cool. Boop. Yeah. I'll have my reader read this. Reader.
Had a fascinating interview with Mariana Wyshemirsky today in Donbass. She was made famous by the pic of her, pregnant in a Mariupol hospital during Russia's assault on the city. Her story has been kicked around like a propaganda football ever since. It's a fascinating story. After the photo went viral, she told Western reporters that she didn't want to do interviews, especially as she had just given birth, but they said she needed to comment. She said they left out parts of what she said and misrepresented her. The Russians then accused her of being a staged actor. She wasn't. The photos were genuine. The Russians certainly got that wrong. But she criticized the Western reporters for not writing what she said, specifically that it wasn't a Russian airstrike. She voiced no criticism to me of the Russian army, and only criticized the Ukrainians for bombing civilians in Donbass for 8 years, where she is from and lived until 2019. Although she is quick to say she has nothing against Ukrainian people. She was also critical of the Ukrainian government before Russia's invasion, of authorities implementing a law that all service staff had to speak Ukrainian, and that Russian was banned from being taught in schools. She said everyone in Mariupol spoke Russian. Strange to think the woman in this picture does not hate Russia or blame them for the war. Yet millions of people in the West were inspired to hate Russia due to her picture. She says the New York Times contacted her, asked her questions. Said a correspondent would contact her again, but they never did. Did they not like what she had to say?
Get the door.
If she was critical of Russia, would they have run the story?
On base, right? Yep, they didn't like what she had to say.
The BBC then ran a story about her saying the Russians were using her for propaganda. Which is true, but Western media were also using her for propaganda, misrepresenting her and leaving out her inconvenient, general support for Russia over Ukraine. The BBC also insinuated that she is not able to speak freely in Donbass and that she had local blogger with her in the interview. She met me alone in a cafe and laughed when I asked her about that. I asked him to be present to help as it was my first foreign interview online. She now lives in Makiivka, Donbass. She is happy. Her child as well. She is a Russian citizen. Essentially, in the process of childbirth, her hospital was bombed. She was photographed against her will, made famous, misrepresented, used to promote hate and abused unfairly by both sides. What a mad old world her child has been born into. Have I cherry-picked, or misrepresented? I will publish the full video interview on my Telegram channel.
Damn, homie. There's a less robotic browser reader? Consider it. MS Edge? I use Chrome, though. Dang it. All right. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna get out of here. Folks, please support revolutionary leftist content. And I'm just going to say it. Please do not support compatible leftist content. All right. I don't know. Who should I raid? Is there anyone based, or should I just log off? I'm sort of like not into just raiding people just to raid people anymore. Like, does anyone have revolutionary politics, or should I just log off? Thank you for hanging out with me. Yeah, right. Majority report. Add raid direction. I thought about doing that. I don't know. Homie, what's the third arrow stand for? I don't know, man. Hildy. Socialism for all. All right. You know, I get worried about some people. Andor? Okay, hold on. Is this Andor thing, you deleted the LOL. I'm sure that was a typo or something. Yeah, don't worry about it. LOL, you know? Okay, hold on. Andor, is that some Star Wars shit? And it's on Disney? Is there anything else on Disney that I should be watching? Because we're not going to pay for a month of Disney unless there's something else to watch. I feel like we need at least 2 things to watch, you know? All right. I'm going to raid out to Socialism for All. I don't know them too well. Do they have good politics? I just want to raid comrades. Are they a comrade? I don't really know. I just don't know anymore. I never know what to do. I just don't trust anyone. It's really weird. Marine mammal rescue? Hold up. Okay, that's easy. All right, we're rating marine mammal rescue. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing. All right, I always do a shout out, and then we're going to do a raid. Folks, be good to yourself. Be good to each other. Safety first. Don't be assholes when we raid into this channel that I don't know. You know, This looks really nice. Fucking otters are cool. Just be cool when you be over there, okay? Don't embarrass me. That's all I ask. Yeah, get your Sankaras ready. Okay. Like that. Oh, nice. And y'all take care of yourself, okay? Please, I would love it if you came in and hung out with me tomorrow. I stream just about each day here on the twitch.tv/cia.gov/iDanSimpson. Thank you all for being with me. Please spend more time with me tomorrow. You know, if I'm not streaming, catch my YouTube stuff. I stream almost every day. I really enjoy it because I like to learn, and there's so much about the world that I've yet to figure out. Additionally, I'm trying to move into a direction where all the things that we learn on here, I'm trying to repackage in a way that's like good and helpful for people. And because of that, I really need your support. I'm not going to be able to get sponsors. Okay, I'm out of here. Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. That's good. Even if you just said it in your head, you're not a reactionary. You're not a liberal. You're not a fascist. You're not on the compatible left. No, you're better than that. You're a revolutionary. Peace. Love your face. We'll see you next time. I hope that's tomorrow. Bye. See you. Have a really nice night. Have a really nice night.